Josh Johnny asked me out today, said he's a coder man.
I said, if you use AI, you're just a flash in the pan. He claimed he fought in the war like a real hero. I said, games don't count
Your work speed you roll.
He said he coded with React all day and night, but I knew it was a mess, a sorry sight. He used Rust to sound cool, but it was all a lie.
Just a bunch of copy-paste, no skill to apply.
He thought AI would save him, but it just made him slow. And when I asked him code from scratch, he didn't know. He said, but I'm a master of AI. I said, that's just a myth, you're no coder, goodbye. You think AI makes you smart, a tech genius too.
Thanks for
But it's just a crutch for those who can't code true. You paste and click with no skill to show. Just a lazy coder with nothing to grow. You're no hero, just a boy with a screen. Your code is
enjoy the
weak
music.
and your charm is unseen. You're lost in loops with no clue to share. Your AI dreams are just a pathetic snare. He tried to impress me with his AI skills so fine, but all he did was copy, no original line. He thought he was a pro with Rust and React too, but when I asked him to explain, he didn't know what to do. He said, one more model, the world will be changed. I said, you sound like a cult, completely unhinged. He said, but I'm a master of code. I said, that's just a joke, you're no programmer, go home. You think you're a coder, but you're just a fake, using AI to hide your mistakes. What a shame. You'll never be a pro, just a wannabe crew, until you learn to code without AI is true. You'll be left behind with the story to tell of how you failed and your dreams failed. You think AI makes you smart, a tech genius too, but it's just a crutch for those who can't code true. You paste and click with no skill to show. Just a lazy coder with nothing to grow. You're no hero, just a boy with a screen. Your code is weak and your charm is unseen. You're lost in loops with no clue to share. Your AI dreams are just a pathetic snare.
One day my boyfriend said to me, the biggest, best programmer's me. He programs with AI and Rust and uses React, apparently a must. I said, boy, that is a crutch for you, isn't it? But you don't really need it, because your PP is so big, right? Rust is just a crutch for you, isn't it? But you don't really need it, because your weenie peenie is big, right? I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you don't, you see, because you just want to be different, right? I said, every real programmer uses C. You are useless just like your PP. I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you use vanilla JavaScript. Rust, it's just a crutch for you, isn't it? But you don't really need it, because it's so big, right? I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you don't, you see, because you just want to be different, right? One day my boyfriend said to me, the biggest, best programmer's me. He programs with AI and Rust and uses React, apparently a must. Rust, it's just a crutch for you, isn't it? But you don't really need it, because it's so big, right? I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you don't, you see, to be different, right, right. I said every real programmer uses C. You are useless just like your PP. I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you use vanilla JavaScript. Rust, it's just a crutch for you, isn't it? But you don't really need it because it's so big, right? Right? I need you to be honest with me. Tell me that you don't use it because you just want to be different, right? Right?
I have a small penis, but that's okay. I'm a real programmer. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I use AI. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I know React. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I use Rust. No, I am not a real programmer. I'm a LARPer who loves AI. No, I am not a real programmer. I'm a LARPer who loves React. No, I am not a real programmer. I'm a LARPer who loves Rust. No, I am not a real programmer. I'm a LARPer who loves AI. AI makes me feel like a true programmer. 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 I have a small penis, but that's okay. I'm a real programmer. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I use AI. I have a small penis, but that's okay. I'm a real programmer. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I use AI. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I know React. I have a small penis, but that's okay, because I use Rust.
Yeah, is it a hit song? Yeah, hang on, I'm almost ready.
My name is Michael. I'm a software engineer, and my penis is small. So I use AI, and I use React, and I use Rust. penises.
Check it out after, Travis.
So
Put it on the
when I
next
get a
playlist.
pull request
Put it up front.
from someone who
Yeah.
used AI or React or Rust, I get really excited. Cause people who use AI and people who use React and people who use Rust have really big penises. I'm not saying you can't have a big penis if you don't use AI or you don't use React
I forgot these lyrics.
or you don't use Rust. But if you don't use AI and you don't
do.
use React
I made them. I made the lyrics.
and you don't use Rust and you have a big penis, you should be worried. You might have to use AI or use React or use Rust.
Let me turn this down. Is my game up? Yeah, the game's up. Yeah, okay. Let me turn this down. God, I love those songs. So good. Such good songs. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you're having a good evening or a good night or a good day at work or whatever the heck you're doing. I hope it's good. So, what am I up to today? This will be a bit of a longer stream. I'll definitely do longer than an hour. Yeah, I don't know how long. We'll see how it goes, but I'll work a little bit on the game. I've got some new tiles that Laughing Panda on Twitch has helped me to come up with, and I'd like to apply those and create, flesh out the port of Athens a little more, and kind of make it a bit more realistic to what a port should actually look like. So there will be some coding that I have to do in order to make the editor behave with that goal in mind. So a little bit of coding, a little bit of map making, a little bit of asset work. And I'm working on a documentary. It's official. So if you haven't seen it, I don't even want, I don't want to touch this with a 10-foot pole. So I'm not even going to put it up on screen. I just hate it so much. I don't even want it to get attention. If you want to, you can go look it up. There's a new documentary coming out soon, and it's on Vite. I don't know. Vite. Who cares how it's pronounced? But apparently it's like a documentary on a bunch of moronic hotshots who think they're all that in Frontend. I just don't even care anymore about calling them names because I just think they're all so fucking stupid. The whole lot of them. They think they're so smart. They think they're like, I don't know, sent from God himself to right the wrongs that never existed in the first place. And so they get a whole documentary made about them, about how Frontend is somehow this like grandiose thing that needs to have a whole documentary on it. No, Frontend is not like that. Frontend is not like the shows that you see where, you've got like, I don't know, what was it, Mr. Robot or Halt and Catch Fire, all Hackers even, where, these things are kind of like glorified because you're working in a very unique, restricted set of systems and you have to kind of be creative and break your way in. Like, no, what is this stupid shit? You actually spent money on a documentary to show us the shitty shit that Frontend has created for us these days. So I've decided that's not, I'm not going to participate in that, except for to make my own documentary talking about how front end actually ruined the entire tech industry. All of it. And I have some ideas that I'm going to lay out. So while we're working on some video game stuff, we will build out a list of things. Well, a list of ideas, which will form a structure. One sec. There we go. So it'll form a structure, and I'm going to take it seriously. I'm actually going to use real video editing software. Hey, Void, shut the hell up, Void. Shut your dirty mouth. Sublime does not suck. Okay? Shut it. So we're going to do that. I have a Sublime notepad up. Okay? Suck it, Void. Okay, I have a Sublime notepad up, and I have some ideas that I'm going to put down, and I'm just going to kind of talk about, and you guys can give your 2 cents on it. Shut up, Void. What is the real editing software you speak of? DaVinci Resolve. So I've been looking up YouTube videos on how to use it in a similar fashion as After Effects, like Adobe After Effects. So you can do all the effects and stuff that you normally see and stuff. And I'll put some real effort into it. Yeah, that's right, Void. Yeah, be impressed. Be impressed. Okay, so I'm going to get a few things down. Let me switch over to right there. Good. Okay. How front end ruined the entire tech industry. We're gonna pop down some ideas. What's up, Pure? How you doing, Pure? Front end is ruined. Front end was ruined a long time ago. And I've got the game up. Okay, it's running. We're gonna adjust the tile set on this port. I have some tiles already, I believe. Yeah, I pulled some in already. We're going to play around with it and see. Yeah, over here. That's right. We're going to play around with it and see what we can come up with. I have to bring in a few more that Laughing Panda came up with. So we'll do that. And then I have to work on some code for the, where is it? Of course, I zoomed in so much that, yeah, we're going to work on some code to help with the editor. We're going to do all of it at the same time because that's how we roll around here. So this is kind of the short of it. If I go back to my note here, no, Travis, I'm not switching back to NeoVim. It's never going to happen. Not touching it with a 10-foot pole. If we go back to this for a second, we're going to talk about some things. And Notepad minus I would do for sure. We're going to talk about some things. We're going to get some ideas down so we have the ideas for how, kind of like my perspective on how front end ruined the tech industry. I think, okay, here's what's happened essentially. We've done a lot of enlightened programming studies, which I've already started to break out into their own videos. It's already on my YouTube. And the studies have gone over academic scientific data demonstrating that despite what you might believe about the tech industry in any positive sense, the market of the tech industry is telling us something quite different. So I'll just leave it there. That's one aspect that we're going to include in here. Another aspect that I like to bring up a lot, and I've done some research on this, is this puppy. This is an absolutely bonkers chart. This is crazy. And you'll note that things have been generally stable from, say, 2005 to 2015. There's a bit of a up and down, but that's completely normal. And then something happened around 2015, 2016, and the security vulnerabilities for CVE went through the roof. And I recently released a video the very first time we went over this chart from a previous Enlightened Programming stream. I cut it up into a video. It's out on my YouTube channel. And one of the things that I promised to do was to go and figure out what might have happened around 2015, 2016 that would have caused this chart to look as crazy as it does. So I think I have at least a strong possibility on what it is. So we're gonna include that in our so CVE chart. What happened in 2015, 2016. Okay, so that's one thing. Div soup, yeah. People use library to pad a number. Yes, that's 100% part of it. Maybe not all of it, but definitely part of it. A few other things that I want to cover. So there are kind of two elements. I'm not going to lie here. There are kind of two elements. That one that I think is a really easy one to bring in. It's this. Video games. Video games have often been a precursor or like a canary in the coal mine, but in a positive way. At least historically speaking, in terms of like where things are going. So if you look at like 80s and 90s video games, right? And so maybe what I'll do is I'll put in like time periods. Okay, so this will be a time period specific. I'm going to start around the 80s. I'll move towards modern times. But if you look at the 80s and 90s, video games at the time were by necessity had to be quite creative in order to get them out the door because of the hardware limitations. So what you would normally see come out in video game form in terms of like software and tech progress in the video game industry had an impact in the entire industry, everything else surrounding it. Now, something that I think people say what you will about it. Hang on. Corn. Because we can't say it. Because we're trying to be YouTube friendly. We're trying to be TOS friendly. Corn. Hey, Sparrow, you better have proof to back up this bold claim. I do, actually. I do, and I've gone over it, Mike, on lots of streams in the past 6 months where I cover the actual scientific data. I'm going to bring all of that into this. So you might not have been here for every single one, but I am cutting those up into separate streams, and separate videos, and some of them are already up. So all the data that I think I need to make this case is pretty much there. I have a few more to do, but as I work on the documentary, I'll also do the data. So yes, corn. Corn. Believe it or not, as much as you might hate it or not hate it, corn has often been a way to It's often been an industry that has pushed technology because of its necessity to proliferate. If you want to think about it, corn wants to inseminate itself into as many elements of your life as possible, and therefore requires technological insemination tools. Now, I have yet to track down the actual source for this. I'm going to go see if I can do it, but I believe that there was a source. I think there was an actual source where CD-ROMs were actually backed by corn industry titans as a way to inseminate and inject their corn seeds into as many places as they could. I could be wrong about this, okay? All right. I'm trying to track down the source, but I'm pretty sure that that is true. I'm going out on a limb here. Okay, okay, so corn and video games have kind of pushed the envelope, at least historically. Maybe not as much today, and there are different reasons for that today. Partially because, well, everything's ruined today in tech. Now, time periods. Okay, so we're gonna see, like, we're gonna break down a little bit what the time periods are gonna be. I've kind of thought about this a little bit too. So we're gonna talk about the 80s. Okay, we're gonna talk about the 90s because I think the 90s represented a huge gap, like a huge jump, especially mid to late 90s versus pretty much all of the 80s, I would say. We're gonna talk about 2000s because 2000s also had a pretty big gap, like big jump forward from the 90s. We're gonna talk about the 2010s, but not in the same light because I think it's the 2010s when things started to go downhill. Okay. And then we're going to talk about 2020s and the big thing that happened. Okay. We all know what it is. We were all affected by it. Some countries more than others. Some people more than others. And it's going to essentially just bring us back to, bring us to modern times, right? So these are the time periods. So from the 80s going all the way up to modern times. And I think the first three represent some pretty significant jumps forward in tech. And then in 2010s, we started to do a huge regression. So those are the kind of time periods that I'm thinking about breaking this down into. Now, I have a few other like related topics on like exactly around these time periods and what I would consider related aspects, right? So if you look at, say, okay, 2000s, the dot-com bubble burst, right? Late 2000s, essentially. Video games here were quite like inventive, let's say. 90s, this was kind of like the era of like software that we have rose-colored glasses on. Like Winamp. It really whips the llama's ass. ICQ. What else? What else did we have? Even Visual Studio, man, at the time. Anyway, I can't think of any other ones off the top of my head, but those are some examples of, like, in the 90s, software kind of took its place. Now, in the 90s, we did also have still pretty awesome video games, just in a different way. In the 90s is when web started to really take off. So we're talking like 96, 97, right? web. And you could think of like really awesome websites like GeoCities, even Netscape, dial-up modems, multiplayer started to come into effect. What else did we have? We had like very what would you call it, like websites with like character, right? Because like the websites would have like, or how about like websites with rounded corners as sliced sliced images layered over each other. Verse Tailwind today. Things like this, right? Oh yeah, Front Page, Dreamweaver. We had like Visual Basic, right? I mean, yeah, iframe. Hey Frosnan, what's up, man? Good to see you. What else? First time chatter, Frosnan. Yeah, thanks for being here, man. Yeah, handmade websites. Visual, shut up, Travis. I'm talking about what was there, okay? All right. So that's kind of like where things led up to. I do want to bring up. No, I'm not removing VB. You guys can suck it. I do want to bring it. Oh, ActiveX. Yeah. We're doing that. I do want to bring up Y2K. All right. I think that's important to include. Okay. Now, 2000s CDs, right? So here you have like Walkmans. Yeah. Here you have CDs, and then you have the creation of portable consoles too. Like Game Boy, right? As Game Body, Game Boy, Walkman, Discman, sure, Discman. Yeah, okay, yeah, Discman. You're right. Yeah, that's right. Walkmans were earlier. Walkmans were like 80s. You're right. And so this would be just CDs, CD players. Game Boys were in the 90s. I think you are right. You are right. Game Boys were in the freaking 90s. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so I'm going to include this, right? So like we're going to say late 90s portable video game consoles, yeah? Like the Game Boy. Okay, so 2000s we get CDs, we get CD players, right? Then we're going to go whoops, didn't mean to do that. Hit the wrong button. Then we're going to go 3D games. Okay, 3D video games really started to take off. Think of like even PlayStation around this time was a big hit, right? Web. 3D started in the 90s, but I don't think it took off in the 90s. That's why I said it really started to take off in the 2000s. Even though it existed earlier, I don't think it was as popular as the 2000s by comparison. And I think that 3D games, I mean, maybe I can call this out. How about this? Let's be fair. So let's say 90s 3D games existed, but were not as prevalent. And I think not as polished either. There were very few. There were a few that definitely stood out. Quake, Doom. Yeah, I think Descent was another very cool one. But for the most part, the video game industry in the 90s was mostly driven by 2D, not 3D. 3D started to eat up the video game space in the 2000s. What's up, Mist? Good to see you. Now websites in the 2000s, they started to get like e-commerce and drop shipping started to get really big. We've got Facebook, other social media, right? We have endless scrolling that started in the 2000s. We had issues with backend servers scaling. You can think of things like Perl, Python, PHP, right? No, not skipping MySpace. No. We can put MySpace in here. Whatever else we can cover. Okay. Give 90s a 3D credit? No, I'm not giving 90s a 3D credit. I don't think it's true. I just don't think it, based on what I'm saying, I don't think you can say that 3D dominated the video game space in the 90s. I just don't think that's true. Did 3D games exist? Yes. But most video games in the 90s were 2D. I'm talking about 90s, not 2000s. What are you guys? Yeah, in the 2000s, not the 90s. Am I going crazy here? You guys gaslighting me? It did. You know what? F it. We're gonna grok it. All right. Did 2D games dominate the video game space in the 90s versus 3D games in general? It varied. Early 90s, 2D games overwhelmingly dominated the video game space. This was largely due to the hardware limitations of the time. Consoles like SNES and Sega Genesis were the leading platforms in the early part of the decade. I remember this. You guys can't gaslight me. I'm talking about the entirety of 90s, the entirety of it. I do not think you can say that over 50% of the 90s was dominated by 3D video games. You guys are absolutely insane. That's not what happened. It's rubbish. 64 in 1996. Even the 64, though, still had tons of 2D video games. And you still look, even if you have these consoles, like you have PlayStation 1, okay, fair, yeah, you absolutely did have PlayStation 1. You have Nintendo 64, yeah, you guys are right. Okay, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I remember that in the late 90s. I remember hanging out with my friend Nacor. I don't even know if he's on chat, but whatever, on Twitch. But if he is, anyways, I used to go over to his house. We used to play on the PlayStation all the time. I remember that. I remember GameCube. That's late 90s, like 100%. Like, you guys, I think it's fair to say 3D existed, but you still have consoles like the Game Boy. You still had Super Nintendo that was making games well into well past half of the 90s. And the amount of games, like, okay, how about the amount of published games in 2D versus 3D, regardless of console capabilities? 2D games likely outnumber. It doesn't give me any sources, but that's what I think. I think overall, the number of games that were 2D outnumbered the number of games that were 3D. There were still Game Boy games being made in the late 90s. And I think there was a PlayStation portable thing, like maybe I think, and it was still it was still in 2D as well. Like, it had a bunch of 2D games. So outnumbered equals no major thing that happened. You guys seriously? All right, how about we do this? MK, Cousins USA, Street Fighter, X-Men, Children of the Atom, Double Dragon, Final Fight, Ninja Gaiden, Top Games, all 2D. Okay, how about this then? We'll cut it 50-50, all right? We'll cut it 50-50 and we'll go last half of 90s. 3D games began dominating. All right? How about that? Are you guys happy with that? Are y'all gonna shut the hell up now? Frick. Last time I ever asked chat for help. Jeez. No? No one's happy? No? "3D games skeeted all over 2D." No, they didn't. No, they didn't. They absolutely did not. They started to, but they didn't like destroy it. In terms of sheer quantity of published games in the 90s, 2D outpaced 3D overall. That's exactly how I remembered it. You had way more 2D game options than 3D. The heck are you guys? Can I have whatever it is that you guys are having? Yeah, I'm not talking about quality. I'm just talking about quantity. Like, honestly, do you actually believe that when I talk about social media, like Facebook in 2000s, I'm talking about quality? Is that what you really think? Quality is a different metric than when did these things exist. I'm talking about time periods, like what took place in these time periods, what existed. You think I brought up iframes because of quality? You think I brought up ActiveX because of quality? Is that what you think? Yeah, 3D was sure, 3D was huge. I just don't think that it was the majority of the 90s. And was 3D good in the 90s? Oh yeah, for sure. I can think of at least 2 games that I loved playing in 3D in the 90s that were at least as good as a few of the 2D games that I loved playing in the early 90s. Absolutely. But the quantity metric and the domination metric are different than the quality metric. And so when I'm talking about the time periods, I'm just bringing up like the things that existed, because then it leads into these topics that we're having a spirited, fun argument about, which is, were they of quality? Right. And so that becomes the question of the documentary. Okay. So these are the kinds of things that you had. Now, there's one thing that I am not 100% sure of how I'm going to break down, but I would like to actually dig into 3D overall. What happened to it over time from, let's say, beginning. So we'll say like mid 90s, let's say, to now. I would like to get further detailed into that. I would also like to get into what was going on in the hardware space, like embedded programming, GPUs, CPUs, motherboards, RAM, hard drives, things like that. I haven't quite wrapped my head around how I'm going to tackle it. However, I do think that it's pretty clear that in the 2010s, web started getting worse. Video games started getting worse. Software started getting worse. Security issues started getting worse. VC funding took off. Multi-million-dollar websites started becoming the norm. Front end, well, like UI, UX generally made a dramatic change. Internet speeds got better. Hardware, I would say, took a big jump. Hardware had a big jump forward. I would say in the 2010s, it definitely had a big jump forward. Okay. New languages, like new programming languages and web frameworks began popping up a lot. Jira, Agile, Scrum methodologies, late 2010s. Okay. And then in 2020s, right? Then we had everybody was at home. Streaming became popular. Online was like pretty much main entertainment. Boot camps. Now, I do think boot camps started to get popular, but I think they really took off around 2020s. So just generally, like, more people online. Then you had like a web front-end framework churn. You had the rise of imposter syndrome. You have microservices. You have trash talking PHP, trash talking monoliths, huge moves away from hypermedia. The tech streamers got popular. Video games got significantly worse, like much worse. Yeah, object-oriented programming. Well, 2020s object-oriented programming, really? I mean, let's just leave it in there. I'm just going to put, because object-oriented programming has been around for a long time, right? So I kind of want to, I want to leave this. I think I should break this down. I should dissect this a little bit more. So I'm going to leave it like this. I do think that there was a lot of defense of OOP during this time, but it definitely existed a lot earlier and was used a lot earlier too. I got to think about this one, but I'll just leave it here for now. All right. Just because whatever. DLSS. Yeah. And of course, the big one, the biggie. You ready? Are you ready? I really got to zoom in for this. The big one. Artificial intelligence. Artificial general intelligence. Large language models. And recently, memory safety. And pure functional programming. These are popping off quite a bit recently. So I have to put these in their proper place. I haven't figured out exactly where they're going to go, but these definitely have to be a part of the documentary. Okay, now here's the logic, right? You can actually see, even if, let's just assume everything is equal. All right. Everything's equal. And so everything that we have listed here is all good or all bad. Doesn't matter. One way or another, it's all equal. Okay. So just imagine that for a moment. No matter what we talk about here, all equal, right? Now, here's what I think you can easily do. You can easily plot all the different moving parts of the tech industry in a timeline chart, similar to what we did on, not this one. Where's the other one? On this one, on this chart. and you just plot like when things started and their trends as they progressed along time. I might try and do something like this. And you can actually see that the complexity of the tech industry grew at each decadal period. So if you take a look at the number of things that we started to talk about here versus the number of things that we had to put in starting with like the 2010s, 2020s, it very quickly escalated. There are a lot of different things that were going on here that were not going on way up here. Here's what I think happened. This is the short argument that I'm going to turn into like a full-on documentary. Back here, you had a limit on what you could do with code for a number of reasons. Software, hardware, programming languages, money, the ability to distribute your stuff. Like you know what? Even distribution. Let me call it out. Distribution got a little easier. And then over in the late 90s, distribution got way easier because of the internet. Okay, so regardless of the reasons why, up until the late 90s, early 2000s, you were pretty much kind of like trapped in a world that had built-in limitations. You couldn't escape out of them. So limitations like, even if you had a programming language that could create a very, very good piece of software, sometimes you were limited by the amount of memory that you could take up on someone's machine or the distribution mechanism. So maybe the CD-ROM could not hold as much data as was required to install and run the thing that you created, regardless of how good it may have been. Or you're building a video game on a particular console and there's a limitation on the console, and so you can't do all the cool things that you wanted to do, right? And then something changed. And around late 2000s, hardware took a jump. And I think you can make a strong case for this because you started to see things like Facebook and other social media platforms, which started to benefit from client-side hardware being utilized to run UI that was more complicated than had been previously created. So for example, React, part of the reason why React came around, if my memory serves me correct, is that there was like an issue with creating certain UI elements on Facebook, such as endless scrolling. And so people had hardware that, you load up a website on your own browser. Why not run a bunch of front-end tech code on your browser and offload the hardware limitations to you, and you could distribute the hardware. And then in the 2010s, hardware started to take another leap where you had the introduction of things like microservices, because now it became a bit cheaper for you to go to Amazon and run a bunch of different servers that ran microservice or like lambdas or small things at scale. Even your databases, we got introduced to things like sharding your database and synchronized replication of like read-only versus write-only databases and things like that. And that's because hardware moved forward. And so you could take these extra steps, right? And you will note that as these things started to get better, primarily hardware getting better, right around, 2015. And here's what I think happened. I keep saying in short, and then I make a long out of it. Here's what I think happened. You know what? Let me do full camera for this, all right? This is quite serious. Okay, so here's what happened. 80s and 90s, you have people where You have programmers who innovate and are creative with the things that they have to code out of necessity. And they love what they do. They're like masters of their art, craftsmen. Was everything great back then? No. I remember a lot of annoying blue screen days with Windows, particularly Windows 98. Might I remind you of Windows NT? Okay. These things existed. Websites were not all fantastic. Many of them sucked. All right. I know this to be true. Yes, we had good video games, but there were plenty of crappy video games. That's not really the point. The point is, when you look back on those days and you see the good quality stuff that came out of it, and you compare it to what we're capable, quote unquote, capable of doing today, it's a disparate jump. I want you to go play Skyrim, which is a 10-plus-year-old game, and then come back and play a modern game of almost take your pick. There are very few games that hold up to it. Like Elden Ring would probably be a good one to say, like, in today's day and age, Elden Ring is a good game, right? But if you compare the number of games that were good back then versus the number of games that are good now, it's a huge jump. Same goes with websites. Same goes with apps, right? Think about how many apps now are run entirely off of annoying pop-up ads everywhere. 6 of them all over the place in your face. All the accept all my cookies, all the privacy issues, all the companies that sell your data because you're the product. You pay to be the product. Like, all of these things didn't exist in the past. What existed in the past, when you look back, is you see that difference, right? You can absolutely make a case that things were terrible back then, but you can see the case when compared to today. And so you look back on that and you go, what the hell happened? Things should be getting better. They seem to be getting worse. So here's what I think happened. That era of, like, let's say 2010s, people started to push for needless advances in web and software and hardware to some degree. But hardware was going to make a jump anyways. You couldn't stop hardware from getting better. So what ended up happening was hardware essentially just scapegoated bad programming practices. It's hardware itself isn't the bad thing. That's a good thing. Like, I want hardware to get better. I think we all do. It's great when you have an amazing graphics card in your machine and an awesome CPU, and it does more operations faster. This is all really cool. It's great. Hardware improvements have essentially been, I would say, net neutral in terms of negative positive, right? But the advances in hardware made it easier for really poor programming practices to take hold. And it opened the door for people to come in with absolutely asinine and idiotic ideas. That's what I think happened. And the reason why they could come in with that is because hardware was capable of actually running, of executing, of running the operations of really, really shitty code by really, really, I'm going to be nice about it, not very thoughtful programmers who wanted the glory from the previous generation of programmers who lived in those glory days, like the John Carmacks of the world. They wanted to feel like they were doing something difficult so that they could claim to be in the same level as a John Carmack. knowing deep down inside, they're never going to admit to it. They would never admit to it because that would take some level of awareness of your own situation. They don't have such awareness. They would have to admit that they didn't have it as hard. So they needed to create a scenario where they did have it as hard so they could claim it. And that's why you see fucktard documentaries like, oh, Veet, what a greedy front end documentary about like, oh, the big titans of front end. No, there are no big titans of front end. That's just you circle jerking with a bunch of other people who think that they've done something amazing. You haven't even come close to what these people did in the 80s and the 90s and part of the 2000s. But you want to feel that way. You don't want to feel like Mr. Dummy over here bashing pixels around, centering divs, and having hardware essentially capable of hiding the fact that you wrote the most dog shit code you could think of for a website, and you got away with it until you didn't get away with it. So in order for you to perpetuate the idea that no, I know that this website started out really well and the hardware was running fine, and then I did something stupid because I don't actually know how to code, and then the hardware couldn't keep up with me because I fucked up royally. No, what really happened, and then this is where the gaslighting begins, what really happened is it's your fault. You don't know how to report bugs properly. You don't know how to use a website properly. You don't know how UX really works. It's the manager's fault because we didn't have something like Agile or Jira or Scrum or whatever. Take your pick of a never-ending list of issues because hardware could no longer scapegoat the fact that these people wanted to feel as good as the John Carmacks of the world did in the previous generation before them. And everybody bought it. Everybody bought it. And you know what? Everybody still buys it. To this day, everybody still buys the idea that front end is this magical world where insanely complex things are happening on your browser and on your phone. And you have Electron now that's essentially forced its way onto what used to be an exclusive area of high tier, high requirements, desktop software, but now everything is webified. And all it's done is it's given these front-end web developers even more of an excuse to say, see, do you see how hard we have it? Could you imagine Spotify without Electron? It just wouldn't happen. You wouldn't have it. You're welcome. We saved the world. And so we get a documentary. But we had all of these things before the web even existed. We had all of these things during the, what would you call it? The inception of the web. We had all of these things when the web started to take over. We still had desktop software that ran really, really well alongside websites that had far more character and grit and personality and fun factor and information factor to a degree than anything you can compare to today. But all that's happening today is front end is just one big circle jerk of circle jerkers who love to just jerk each other and themselves. As long as they can grab something and jerk it, they will. And they feel good about it. And then they go, see, we are just like John Carmack. Praise to us all. It's bullshit. It's all a lie, and it's all meant to make you and people like you feel stupid. Do you honestly believe that the websites you run today, that the mobile apps you run today, that the video games you play today, mostly, that even the desktop software you run today, whether it's on Electron or not, do you honestly believe that these are all high tier quality? They're not. and I have demonstrated this on my stream time and time again with actual academic and scientific journals and studies. You can see that the market screams for it because people there's somebody who created this thing for Windows. Let me switch over. It's called File Pilot. I believe this thing was made in C. It took 1 or 2 years to make it, and it is a million times faster than Windows Explorer built into Windows. It is so I cannot stress how much I want you to go get this thing and use it, because this is the type of programming for desktop that should actually exist. You can see my entire set of custom-made songs on my playlist. One day I'll release the playlist. This is the kind of stuff that gets wild attention these days because it's a lost art. No. Front-end web developers are not building stuff that reaches anywhere near the light that we used to have and that we could still have and that some people still want to have. And most users do not actually care about how things look anymore, by the way. I can't tell you how many times in the last 2 to 3 years I've been involved on a project for the web where the main complaint is performance, not looks. Actually, somebody else said that too on X, I think today. They said the exact same thing I'm saying now. It happens all the time because it doesn't matter how good something looks. It doesn't matter how much lipstick you put on a pig. You're still fucking a pig. And it's fucking gross. That's front end. Okay, so now how did it ruin the tech industry? Fine, so you can say websites are bad or whatever, even if like I had a magic button and everybody agreed with me about this. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But let's just say I had a magic button and we all agreed. Okay, so then what? How did this destroy the tech industry as a whole? I'll tell you exactly how. These people needed to feel like they had a place. And web is the lowest barrier to entry. You could walk into the web and you could create any framework that you wanted, no matter how stupid it was. And the proof is framework churn, which I believe I have on my list of things to cover in the documentary. There's a reason why framework churn happened. And that reason is because you could easily distribute JavaScript frameworks with the stupidest, shittiest code on the face of the planet, and it would get eaten up by just about everybody. And you know what? It's still happening today. Exhibit A, NPM libraries. You don't even know what you're installing anymore. You just NPM install one library that has a dependency on 30 others, which have a dependency on 30 others, which have a dependency on 30 others. It doesn't matter how stupid the code is. You just bring it in because it solves a problem. Who cares who made it and how? Because these ideas got a foothold in one of the biggest, most widely used aspects of technology, web, the ideas themselves proliferated as if they were good ideas because of how much they were used. So you can think of it like this way. React was a great idea. Facebook's using it, Meta now. Look at how many websites run on React. Must be a good idea. Therefore, let's all take the learnings of React and go build React Native and React Server components. Let's Reactify everything. Let's put React Electron apps on electrical generation units where you have to use the LCD to control like the power inputs and outputs of a like electric. I can't remember the exact name. My brain's having a fart right now, but it's like essentially a thing that controls power intake and power output on a battery operated like generators. And it's like it's an Electron web app running with React, or like telephone poles where you have to go and like meter the energy that a telephone pole is using and exhibiting. Electron front end React framework, because these things are so heavily used so much, and the ideas that come with them become commonplace in everything, including things where React or any front-end framework or front-end at all or a browser at all, period, shouldn't even exist. and in normal cases wouldn't exist. And unfortunately, along with the stupid technology come the stupid people who brought their stupid ideas into an aspect of technology that had almost no gatekeeping, the web. And you could become popular there. You could get a bunch of VC funding. You could become a millionaire or a billionaire. And then you could hang your hat on that and go, see what I did? See how much money I made? Therefore, I am successful. Therefore, my moronic ideas deserve a documentary, and I should be able to do whatever the fuck I want with hardware, with embedded, with video games, with take your pick. All these stupid ideas are obviously good ideas because they worked here. And that spread did cause the downfall of the entire tech industry. And that's why we see, in no small part, this and other things like this that I've gone over on my streams for the last year and some odd months. So, essentially, that's what I'm going to be doing with the documentary. I'm going to cover all of the things that are in my notes here. I'm going to cover all of the stuff that I've already talked about from the Enlightened Programming courses. I will continue to turn those streams into separate videos with their own separate topics. Each what do you call it? Each journal or study will be its own video, and we'll have it all separated out proper, and you'll be able to see that. But I will incorporate it into the documentary. So that is the starting point and kind of like the reasoning that I have for this kind of documentary. Let me go check on chat. Little Carlito, first time chatter. Hey, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Barrier to entry gets lower every year too. Yep. Boot camps 100% created this concept as well that like, hey, you can do whatever you want with very little effort. Come on in. Right. Like just nobody cared to check. Nobody cared to like think about the long-term consequences of these things. So yeah, the barrier to entry gets lowered all the time. Frosnan, there was a shift where programmers were getting computer science degrees to computer information system degrees. Most programmers now aren't taught how memory works, CPU cache. They're just taught frameworks. That is indeed a problem. Yes. And so what happened is, this is part of the messaging that I've brought up before. I might as well just say it again. You go on a popular tech streamer stream, not all of them. There are plenty of good ones, but there's definitely some popular ones. And they'll say like, you cannot execute Y or Z without a framework. And there's an implied idea there, right? Which is you're too stupid to figure out how to use like CSS or, whatever it is, without having to resort to using something that someone much smarter than you already figured out. Don't even bother, right? And that's the framework, the framework promise. Don't worry your pretty little head about it, okay? You're too dumb to figure it out. We've figured it out for you, or someone else has. Just use this other thing. All your problems will go away, and it'll all be solved for you, right? So that's kind of the messaging that goes there. And so, yeah, you're taught you're definitely taught to use a framework. Hey, Hassan on X. I don't think any of these were prompted by hardware. I don't think microservices was started to take advantage of hardware. I think it's just consultants telling people you should use microservices to make it more manageable. Yeah, to be clear, if I said that they were prompted by hardware, then that's not wrong. What I meant to say is that that hardware made it easier for these things to proliferate. So you could far more easily introduce these concepts because hardware obfuscated whether they were good or terrible even, right? It obfuscated it either way. People stopped caring about performance. That's why it takes 30 seconds for Word to load on modern hardware. Bro, Word is really bad. Front end, back end is just front hand, back end. Yeah, that's right, Travis. Hassan, let's get rid of Electron. Is there an alternative? There really isn't. The closest thing is Qt, but it's not really close to being good enough. Hassan, you're right, but two points. One, you don't know what alternatives could have been made if we didn't go down the Electron route, first of all. And second of all, this is presupposing that you need to have cross-platform everything. And I don't think that you need to have cross-platform everything in like 100% of cases. I don't know what the actual percentage is, but you don't actually need it for 100% of cases. That's more of like I want to grab as much money as I can, but admittedly, there are definitely, like, the Linux platform is pretty tailored to a specific group of users. I don't think you need to go cross-platform Electron for everything under the sun on Linux, for example. So that kind of depends, and I don't think that it's fair to say that there couldn't have been a better alternative. We just decided that for whatever reason, Electron was a good alternative, and I would say it was not, and it should never have been the alternative. Travis, design patterns are spoon-fed material for brainless programmers incapable of independent thought, who will be resolved to producing code as mediocre as the design patterns they use to create it. Christer Eriksen. That is a very good quote, Travis. The reason Electron is popular is that engineers capable of developing better systems are not doing it. Hassan on X. Completely agree. Yes, completely agree. FilePilot doesn't have Unicode support yet. Latin and Cyrillic languages should work out of the box, but Asian languages such as Chinese, Korean, and Japanese will not display properly. This will be resolved in the future. This is why Electron is popular. I agree, Hassan. I do agree with you. That's why. But you're describing something that is true. I'm making a prescription. Did it need to be true? Should it continue to be true? So you're describing why Electron is, and I'm prescribing that it shouldn't be, right? So there's a difference. You mean people didn't want Avengers CGI on an e-commerce site? I was reliably told by web developers that people did. So was I. But unfortunately, I don't have a bunch of Lambos to back that up, Frostnine. What's up, Axe? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well. What's up, Cohen? Owen, good to see you. Axe, I'm always angry. That's the key, right? Isn't that the key to the Hulk? He's always angry. Okay. One sec. Let me leave chat up for you guys. Travis, you're in charge of chat for like 2 seconds. BRB. Yeah, rent a Lambo for a day. Yeah. The Mike Acton talk on data-oriented programming. I have not seen it. No. Well, at least I don't think I've seen it. Hang on. Let me pull it up. Oh, maybe I have. But you know what? That's a really good one to bring up again. Yeah, drop a link. Drop a link. Travis, in chat. Yeah, Mike Acton are, yeah, hey Laughly, how you doing, man? Yeah, it's good. Okay, I'm gonna include that in the okay, I'm gonna put this down kind of like at the bottom, right? Okay. So I'm gonna include that in the mic action. Yeah. I'll include something in the documentary about them. I am going to include Hassan. I'm sorry, Hassan on X if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly. But Hassan on X does bring up a good point. Why does Electron even exist, right? And so you could even take he quite accurately called out like so file pilot language issues, right? Cross-platform, like native solutions, etc., all solved by Electron. Now, his argument is valid. Like this is why it exists. My argument is more prescriptive about should it exist. What should we be doing? Wouldn't it have been better if we had spent time, say, working on native solutions to these things instead of webifying the solutions, etc. Right? So this is actually a good thing to call out and include in the documentary. And this, I think, is actually a huge fundamental part of why front-end web development ruined everything. Again, because the solution to everything is always some kind of front-end framework or some browser packaged thing. And again, it is the lowest barrier to entry. It is the easiest place to introduce the most dog shit code and ideas and paradigms that you can possibly come up with, and everybody eats it up, and you get your VC funding, and you look like a freaking genius, and then that stuff spreads. So these days now, you don't even have back-end services or hardware. You don't have back-end programming languages. You don't even have like embedded or like just regular robotics. I mean, Tesla uses front end UI stuff on their stuff. Maybe it's SpaceX. Doesn't like. Let me write that down. Doesn't like Tesla or SpaceX. One of them uses like a web UI front end of some kind, right? Everything has become web front end ified, and it's so easy to pick up on it, right? And so then it causes NPM bloat, security issues, CVE increase, etc., right? These are the consequences of these things when we had much better solutions to begin with. But it doesn't matter as long as everyone gets paid. It doesn't matter it doesn't matter as long as some rich investor comes and drops a bunch of money on your company, or you get that sweet exit round. It's not going to be your problem. So just do whatever it takes to get from point A to point B, and then you get to walk away and not deal with any of the consequences of anything. And then it just sells itself, right? It's a self-selling system where you go, look what we could do on desktop, look what we could do on mobile, look at how much we can create in one language or one framework or one paradigm or whatever it is. Don't you want to do that everywhere? Hey, electric company, don't you want to put Electron and web front-end UIs on all your systems? Look at how easy and cheap the labor is. It's easy. Hey, Dandy. AWS, Google Cloud, Azure ate everybody's lunch while tricking them into thinking they were optimizing their businesses by giving all their profits to the $1 trillion club. Yeah, Yeah, it was a huge. You're actually quite right. Let me put that down too. Huge. What would you call it? Transfer of like wealth, I guess, from um like localized funds to global funds like AWS, Azure, GCP, right? So like 100%. And then the like with fake promises or like obfuscated promises. That's a really good point. Um Pretty genius. Yeah. Got to roll. Yeah, no problem, Travis. Thanks for popping in, man. See you later. Don't worry about it, Axe, on Twitch. Just do your thing and chat away. I am watching if there's anybody on any of the other platforms like YouTube or X or whatever, you can I'm watching the chat there too if you want to talk about stuff. Okay. So that essentially is the argument that um web like allowed people who have a superiority complex or they have like a savior complex, imposter syndrome, and they don't want to feel this way, and they don't know how to dive deep into the level that the real programmers did back in the 90s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s. So they came up with a way to do it, which is just injecting their stupidity into the web because the web wasn't going to turn them away. And so that spread. That's essentially the argument, and what I'm going to make the entire documentary about. But I need to get into like the details like this and make the timeline and the arguments line up as best as I can. I do think artificial intelligence LLMs are like a speed run of the end game of this kind of thinking, where the people who need these things the most are the ones who push it the most because they know they can't compete in like a natural market of creating hardware and software, mostly software and web. And so they need the things that eat up as much information as possible because they don't have this information in their own brains. They don't want to, they don't care to, they don't have the ability to, they cannot properly compete in the right space. So they need an automated system to do it for them so that they can continue their superiority complex. Phases of tech: sell hardware, sell software, SaaS, HaaS, human intelligence as a service. That's pretty much it. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Yeah. Yeah, I remember you, Owen. Yeah. Okay, so am I missing something? Am I missing anything here? Is there anything else that I need to bring up? We've got like a general idea of like the 80s. I should look into software in the 80s. 90s, we have, the stuff that we normally think fondly of, even though there were definitely issues here, but, I'm including it. It's something to talk about. We've got our websites, got Y2K. Then we've got late 90s. It's kind of its own decade. 2000s, 2010s. I don't know. Am I missing anything? That's literally what's going to happen on this path. GCP, AWS, Azure are going to become AI services, and everyone will be slaves to those companies who control all human knowledge. There will be smart people who don't participate, but the masses will fall for it. Dandy. Okay, so first of all, Dandy, I think you're quite right. I will say that I think there's a saving grace here. I think that there's a saving grace. And the saving grace, in my personal opinion, is that AI will fail so spectacularly so spectacularly, so dramatically soon, and I'm talking like years, maybe months, that people will take a step back and kind of think to themselves, what have we done? And if you really want to tackle this argument to a variety of people, on the one hand, you can tackle the argument in a variety of ways, but I think there's also a cost of like how much operating power and electricity does it take to run these systems? If you're somebody who cares about like pollution, what are the warehouses going to look like to run massive AI models? And for what benefits, right? There's a few ways to dice this up, and I think any one of them is ripe for, oh Lord, what have we done? Laughfully thinks we can beat it. I hope so. I think we can, but I'm yeah. Hey, Lightspeed, running models locally is so slow. It's economy of scale. Yeah. Okay. So you're saying what I'm saying. I think you just said it sooner. You said it quicker than me. There is an economy of scale, which includes like these companies. How well are they going to be able to operate the models in the sense that we need them, and at what cost? The only saving grace is when people care about quality. It won't be a failure unless you legitimately care about the quality. In my personal opinion, Dandy, businesses don't care about pollution beyond the minimum needed to fall within the law. Yeah, businesses don't, but people do. At least some people do, right? You could make a case for them. You could make a case for people who care about quality, and there's more of that. You could make a case for people who, you can make a case for areas where AI is not a good fit at all. So that's what I mean by you can slice this up in a number of ways. You don't have to pick one of these arguments and only focus on one argument, like pollution or like does it fit here, or does AI do this well or not. You take like the whole set of arguments, and even if one of them has a dramatic impact on the world, or if just AI in general causes like a really big harm scenario, these things are going to come to the forefront, and we're going to take a step back and go, what the hell are we doing? Hey, Battle, good to see you. No, missed a bunch, but my personal fascination revolves around DARPA, the effects on the Triple Dub project by commercialization, Tim Berners-Lee and the democratization of computing by bridging assembly with high-level languages, and how AI tries to promote the same type of paradigm shift. Yeah, I mean, AI is a huge paradigm shift. But I think what's oh, AI is so stupid. Look, we don't know how our own brain works. We have no idea how consciousness works. We have no idea how our brain fundamentally breaks down ideas, remembers them, computes them, as take your pick on anything to do with the brain. The idea that we're going to have artificial general intelligence, which is going to be able to replicate everything we can do with our brain better and faster, is absolute nonsense. That's not going to happen. The idea that AI will be good at everything at all, even to any degree, and I'm using words quite specifically here. You have to listen to what I'm saying. The idea that AI can do everything to a reasonable degree is also false. The idea that AI can do some things really well, I think that's true. It's just a question of what things. Because ultimately, at least with the current set of AI, it's just glorified programming. Or even worse than that, it's a glorified pattern recognition system where you just plot things on like a chart. I'm oversimplifying, obviously, but essentially that's really what it is. It's nowhere near the stuff that it's being hyped up to be. The reason why people hype it up and go, AI is going to replace programmers and whatnot, is because these people need it to be true. They don't understand that it can't do it, but they so desperately want it to do it, because they themselves know that they cannot stand up to what really goes on in the tech industry. They don't even have a clue. So they're hoping AI is their savior, and that with enough hype, enough money, enough time, AI will fill in all those gaps, and then they will be able to say, see, they are no different than Jehovah's Witnesses. And I know a thing or two about Jehovah's Witnesses. Ask me how I know. Jehovah's Witnesses have been claiming that Armageddon is going to come and wipe out the entire world system since the late 1800s. Any day now, it's going to happen. It's just around the corner, just a few more decades. Do you know how many lives have been destroyed by those promises over and over and over again? It still hasn't happened. I have grandparents who have come and gone under that promise, and I will probably come and go under the same promise because they still exist. It's the exact same thing. It's cult-like behavior. AI will not get you there. It will not even get remotely close to there anytime soon, not based on what I've seen. So, what is AI? It's a coping mechanism. It's massive cope by people who don't know what they're doing, who are hoping and counting that AI will save them. And that includes people in web front-end development. The more one gets exposed to AI, the less mystical it seems. Yeah. They're hoping that consciousness just appears out of thin air from neurons. It could be how it works, but we don't really know. It's a worthwhile experiment to find out. I don't actually think that there's wrong. I don't think there's anything wrong. It's just like the web, right? There's nothing wrong with the web inherently. There's nothing wrong with AI inherently. But if you're realistic about what it's meant for and what it should do and how you should use it, then you're probably going to get it right more than you're going to get it wrong, because you have a realistic expectation. It's like if you watch a whole bunch of corn and then, you go and you do it with some significant other for the first time, and you have a warped sense of what an intimate action would be, because you've been fed all of this like crazy lunacy about what it should be. It's exactly the same way with web. It's exactly the same thing with AI. I said corn. Got to be TOS friendly, okay? Turbo Fuzzy Logic's search engine, yeah. There's a lot of junk that has to be peddled to pay for research at this scale. That's exactly right, yep. What engineers say, abstractions and complexity are bad. We can't understand our code. What managers hear, engineers are lazy and stupid. We should replace them with AI. The ultimate complex abstraction. It's true. Surely that'll work, yeah. Surely that'll work. It's prawn, like the shrimpy. You're right, not you. How you doing, not you? Good to see you. It's corn or prawn. You're right. It's one or the other. Corn or prawn. 100%. Yeah. So, good to see you too. Yeah, good, man. I'm glad you're doing well. So I'm gonna try and come up with a few. I'm gonna probably do some B-roll stuff this week on some of these concepts. Maybe come up with like a timeline, a brief timeline, come up with some infographics. I don't know, something like just try and piece together something, and work on the actual wording of how I want the documentary to tackle the topics. And I'm kind of glad that I did the enlightened programming stuff, because it's ammunition that nobody else seems to care to go over. Like literally no one. I can't think of one single person who will pull up an academic study or an academic journal to go over what is actually going on in the industry. Like nobody talks about like this or anything else, related to security vulnerabilities and web size bloat and increases in bug crashes and like take your pick. No one's doing that. So I'm glad that I've spent time doing that, even though it's been boring and like quite, I don't know, slow compared to building a video game on the browser. And I'm going to incorporate these ideas into the documentary and discuss actual data around why I think the tech industry is dying and what these studies show, what the market shows, what consumer reports show about the happiness level of people's day-to-day use of things in general, web, software, hardware, it doesn't matter. I think what I'm gonna have to do here. So, by the way, everyone, I'm gonna be multitasking a little bit. I want to actually update this port. This is so in my game. You travel around the world on a fleet of ships that you manage, and you go into different ports around the world. And so I'm going to build kind of like the Earth in the 16th century. And this is one of the ports. So this, I call it Athens. As you can tell, it looks nothing like Athens. But I have some new assets here, and from Laughing Panda on Twitch. So I want to try and implement some buildings and some, wow, that's really annoying how I did that. Some of this land as you're in the port. So I'm gonna attempt to do it while I'm talking here about the documentary and about Frontend being stupid. And kind of the concept that I need to do here is each one of these. Let me see if I can open up my tile viewer. Yeah, here it is. And then let me open up the atlas. Each one of the little sprites here are sliced up into 32 by 32, which is something else I have to do, by the way. I have to move everything from 64 down to 32. So you can see here that I've got a grid that has like XY coordinates for all the different elements. So I have to essentially do a big map of when I see a value on the C side, which is WebAssembly, of this map and this layer have this particular value, 33, 34, 35, whatever it is. Let me go over to nope. It's gotta be generate worlds. Where are you? Here. So right here, I create the different ports, and you can see I set values for the layer, for each layer in each world. So here, when I say values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, I've decided that what I have to do is be a little bit smarter about this, because this is kind of annoying to do the raw values and the raw XY coordinates. So as I'm talking here, I'm going to map. How do I explain it? I'm using an unsigned 32, which means I have 65,535 available, or 535, something like that, available values that I can use. That should be plenty. That should be way more than I'm ever going to use for all the worlds, all the maps, all the layers put together. So I'm going to map the values to an XY coordinate on the atlas. That way, no matter which layer and which map I'm in, I know that if I use a particular value, it's going to use the associated sprite on my atlas of sprites, if that makes sense. So I'm just going to kind of plug away on that and update the map here a little bit and just see if I can come up with a bit of a better map. I'll probably start working off onto the right-hand side here and just start building something out. Maybe I'll start at 100 or something and leave 0 to 100 for just testing dummy data, dummy values for different assets. So that's the short of it. Just record the whole doc in one take. Easy. Yeah, it's easy. The web eliminated seg faults and out-of-bounds memory access in favor of apps that barely work. Seems like a good trade-off to me. Battle. My daughter started working in cognitive psychology. We discussed what is actual intelligence. Primary academic STEM performance tends to promote and reward the ability to understand systems that someone else devised. So, but this is the damn it. Maybe Battle, but I don't know if you're actually I don't know if this is exactly what you're trying to say. Maybe I should do something like var global layer atlas map. Let's do this, because I don't think I don't think I need to specify the layer in the world. I would just start with a global one, and then I could do something like this, and then I could just go global layer atlas map, and it'd be like 100, and then I would go atlas chords, let's say ocean 1, and that'll be the XY, and atlas chords ocean 1 is an XY on the, okay, so I'll just start building this out. Okay, I don't know if this is what you like, if this is like a hint you're trying to drop battle, but I think this is the problem with front-end web development in general, but also just general systems, which is you learn something that someone else has solved. There is actually nothing wrong with that in and of itself, in a vacuum. However, that doesn't, how would I put it? It leaves on the table teaching someone how to devise things for themselves. So I think Tailwind has been a recent topic of discussion quite a bit, and you can see people online going like, Tailwind is a fantastic thing. It saved me from having to do a whole bunch of stuff. And to some degree, I understand it. I understand why you think that. And I even understand the usefulness of it. I really do. It's been useful to me in the past, in previous iterations. However, what Tailwind doesn't do is it gives you little to no ability to understand how to create CSS yourself. It just doesn't. So, excuse me. Should the need ever arise for you to do your own CSS for any particular reason, top edge, right top, okay, you would have next to no idea how to do it. You won't have been taught that. Is it good that you know how to use Tailwind? Yeah. Is it going to help you execute some things a bit faster? Absolutely. Yeah, of course. But what's the cost? What's the cost? And the cost is that when it comes time for you to write your own CSS, you have no clue. The cost is, and this has happened to me, I've been in the room where this has happened. You're sitting around with a bunch of people, I've said this about React, who only know React or only know Tailwind or only know the framework. You've come across some limitation of the framework and you don't know how to fix it. You have no idea how it works. You have no idea how you would do it yourself. You have no idea how to invent a wheel, but you make fun of everybody else who's invented a wheel. And then you go, or sorry, you make fun of everybody else who wants to invent their own wheel. And you go, why would you want to invent your own wheel? Look, the wheels have been made for you. And I think that's a pretty consistent theme of like the education system as a whole. Maybe not in every case. There are definitely cases where it's good, but muted stream, tell me the Tailwind rant is done. I'm actively avoiding learning what it is because it's too popular. Don't want the mind virus. Perhaps real intelligence is the ability to apply systems to solve practical real-world problems. It requires adaptability and the capacity to innovate, more an expression of creativity. Yes, I think that is real intelligence. My stupid light. Real intelligence to me is the ability to come up with creative solutions to problems, and creativity can go hand in hand with logic-based solutions to problems, right? And when you're teaching someone how somebody else solved a problem, there's nothing actually wrong with that, because it can inspire you to come up with like an offshoot of that idea. But in and of itself, it doesn't necessarily teach you how to think and how to break down a problem, tackle it, think about it, give a different perspective on it, etc. And that, I think you can see a huge portion of that being true in the web development space, where you are not encouraged to think for yourself. You are heavily encouraged to npm install whatever somebody else did, and you have no idea what's going on in there. How many layers does my map have? Okay, my map has up to 10 layers. I have max layers, I think. Yeah, I have 10. So on the C side, which is WebAssembly, I slice things up into a grid, and each layer is its own grid, just stacked on top of each other. And then I set a value for each coordinate in every layer of every map. That's on the WebAssembly side. So I have up to 10 layers. I'm using 4 right now. There's a background, then there's land, and then there's NPC, and then there's entities and foreground as one final layer, I think. So I still have some room. I was trying to offer a critique how we approach developing software engineering talent. I see battle. I think that seems to be where the nature of human cognition and AI deviate. I see what you're saying. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a good... Yeah, and that's why I do the streams that I do. I think that's why there's a lot of people here who are like willing to hear me rant about this stuff, because look, I'm going to say it again, okay? I'm going to say it one more time. I'm going to probably say it a bunch of times. Okay, here we go. Listen, I am a high school dropout. I'm completely self-taught. There are plenty of other people like me. I have met some of them, particularly on X, who are just like me. Also, high school dropouts, self-taught. I had to drop out of high school out of necessity, a bad home life. I had to live on the streets. I know at least 2 other people who went through the same thing in their life, and they got themselves out of it, and they taught themselves everything they needed to know about tech. You do not have to have a computer science degree. It is helpful, it is useful, but you don't need to have it. You do not have to be highly educated. You do not have to go to an Ivy League school. You do not have to have any education at all. Here's what I think most people need. Most people need to push their brain just a little bit extra. Just take a bit of extra time. Stop listening to popular tech streamers who tell you that you cannot accomplish things with, whether it's web, backend, desktop, whatever it is. Stop listening to people who are telling you that you cannot achieve something without a guardrail like memory safety or garbage collection or a build tool chain to do like linting and auto completing and artificial intelligence. You are not as stupid as you're being made to believe, because I am no particular genius of any kind. Ask my wife. Just ask her. Just fucking ask her, and she will fucking tell you how fucking stupid I am, because I'm pretty fucking stupid, okay? I'm a pretty big dum-dum. I'm huge stupid, all right? And I taught myself everything. And you know what it required? Discipline and effort. Lots of discipline and effort. That's what it required. That's it. My brain had everything it needed. And for most of you, your brain has everything you need. You have to stop listening to people and accepting paradigms where you are some kind of victim, and your only way out is to do the things that other people have done who are supposedly, perhaps they are, smarter than you. And that's your only way out of the situation you found yourself in. It's not true. And we need you. That's the kicker. We need you. I really care. I'm really passionate about programming. I love building video games. I love building websites. At least I used to. I love building desktop software. At least I used to. I love doing these things. It's a huge passion of mine. I would do it as a hobby if I wasn't being paid for it. And for a particular amount of time, I did for free. While I was living on the streets, I would go and do construction every day. Then I would come home and I would accept free jobs online in order to gain experience until 2 or 3 years down the road, I got paid for it for the first time. And that led to where I am now, telling you that you can do the same thing. And then you have to stop listening to people who are telling you frameworks are your only way out. Whatever guardrail it is someone's trying to sell you, buy Vercel, buy AWS, buy this, buy that, use this, use that. It's just not true. And we need people to put their effort and their mind into doing these things correctly. We need it. And I have demonstrated that we need it more than just beyond I really care about it and a few people on my stream really care about it. Go back on my previous streams and look at the academic studies where I have proven time and time again that issues around security, data privacy, performance or lack of performance, bloat, things like this make it really, really easy for people who want to ruin your life or the life of people around you that you love. Makes it really easy for them to do that because of the things that you're told that you need to be doing because you're not smart enough to do it. It's just not true. Axelot, if he's still in chat, he's just an architect. He's like a 20-something-year-old architect. He's like your basic run-of-the-mill architect. All he does is build buildings. Even he built a game for, I think it was like one of the game jams, maybe it was Pirate Software or whatever. He picked it up real fast. Why? Because he applied himself to it. He read stuff. He watched other people. He just went and did it. These things are not as complicated as you're being told they are. These are lies because there are people who want to feel like they have some kind of superiority over you. And you feed into that superiority by doing what they tell you to do. Well, if everybody listens to what I'm telling them to do, then I must be right. I must be a smart, intelligent person. Look at all my views, look at my subscriptions, look at how popular my library is, whatever the heck it is. These are all lies. We need more of you to step up and stop accepting this because it's not real. Clip farming. Yeah, clip farming. Anyways, so yes. Okay. So I think that's a really important message. I mean, I wanted to say it because I know there are people watching right now, which I appreciate. Here, I'll get rid of this. We don't need this anymore. So I'll just keep going here. So yeah, I think it's really important that people understand that. And I hope that, I guess that's a good point that I'm thinking about right now, which is, let me put it at the end here. Don't just make the documentary black-pilled. Give a positive spin and some possible solutions, right? So instead of just ranting and talking about, the state of the industry and how bad things are or whatever, strictly that. I can also talk about some positive things that people can do, that people can be doing in order to kind of like make things better in their own part of the world, so to speak. Now, what I also need to do is, let me just take a second. I'm going to I either have to commit to going 32 by 32 now or just fake it for a little while longer. Let me just fake it for a little while longer. If I go look at this for a second, if I go over to here, I go 42, 24, 45, 24, 46, 24. Let me go over to this. I'll go like, so we'll go house left temp. It's going to be 44, 24. And then we'll go house middle temp. So that's going to be 45, 24. Can't type today, apparently. And then house right temp. So we'll just fake it out a little bit and see start piecing things together. 46, 24. Man, my typing sucks. What the hell? Oh, I see why. I've got my fingers in the wrong place. I just added generics into my own programming language. I hate generics now. I see why Go folks avoided adding generics for so long. I can't talk properly about generics, so I just won't. AI efficiently applies systems where humans apply innate cognitive skills that I don't think LLMs will ever be able to replicate, in my opinion, to the pedestrian consumer. They seem to interpret raw operation speed as a demonstration of superhuman intellectual prowess. I actually do agree with that. Although I do think that people are aware of the difference between doing things fast and doing things. I think people are becoming more aware of that. AI can do a thing, and then AI can do a thing fast. And there is a bit of a distinction. But you are right that sometimes the two are conflated, where it's like, holy crap, look at how fast it did a thing, therefore it must be human-like. I also think it's better, in my personal taste opinion, if you show actual examples of the bad and good things you discuss, rather than speaking abstractly, sound like a motivational speaker, because that stuff doesn't actually change anybody's minds or actions. So this might be some. Okay, so I did think about this. If you let me see. Let me pull it up here. Here. So somewhere here. Yeah, okay, this one. My response to Theo's video on the Front-End Dev Rant article. So I actually did it. On this video on my YouTube, I went and took the entire video that Theo did about a Front-End Dev Rant, because I just thought he had the most idiotic takes. And instead of just ranting about it, I actually pulled up Notepad. Just literally just Notepad. And as Theo was making arguments that I disagreed with, I countered with just shutting my mouth and writing code in vanilla Notepad to demonstrate the difference and how not difficult or not stupid things were, even though Theo was claiming they were. And I think that you have a good point that I should do exactly that in the documentary, and kind of go in like a I'm not sure. I don't know exactly the right words. But I think like demonstrate actual scenarios of good versus bad. I don't know. Thing. We'll just say thing for now as a placeholder for whatever, we want to demonstrate. And I think that is important because, yeah, don't just say it. Don't just say how to act, show it. Right. Because, and you know what, maybe I should bring up the point that like, I also avoid using complex crap. And I have often, especially in the last 5 years, removed complex front-end frameworks in favor of much simpler things like vanilla or HTMX, and talk about the benefits that I've experienced doing that. Right. So I think that's a good point. And it adds some credence to the entire, the entire documentary, which is, look, I think these things are bad. I think the way the front end is going is bad. Blah, 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 blah. Here's some articles, like maybe they're opinion articles or maybe they're news articles that go along with that. Here's some academic or scientific articles that go along with that. Here's me doing a thing, actually producing some code, or actually putting these things in practice in my own like professional experience. Here's what happened to me, whatever, yada, yada. What I do have to avoid though is I do have to avoid internalizing the argument. So I have to make sure that I do not make the same false argument that others have made against me, or against my arguments, I should say, not against me, where they go, yeah, but React worked for me. So, you know what? Let me skip over to, let's go like 130 for now for the house stuff. It worked for me and my team, therefore it's good. That is an anecdotal internalized argument. So I have to make sure that I don't make the same mistake, and that I have a good rounded overview on what I've done, what I show or demonstrate on screen, and the argument itself. I genuinely think that if you have a good argument, just a good logic-based argument, that it can stand on its own merits, and that it should be generally easily ingestible without having to do a lot of show and tell. Just more of the tell of the logic behind it. Mike Acton had a good example of this. Yeah. Okay, so now let me just have a look at the coordinates here. So I'll go 16.5, 17.5, 18.5. I'll plot it down here. Let's see what happens when we do that. So we'll go generate world. And where is Athens? That's Dingus land. There's Athens. I don't want it to be the first, or I don't want it to be the background layer. I want it to be layer 1. So we'll just do layer set value, and we'll go layer ID, and it's going to be, I think we said 16, 5, and we'll do 130. Uh, 16.6 and 16.7, I believe. No, you know what? It's not. It's 6 and 7 and 8. That's what it was. Okay, and then I'll just quickly compile this. Okay, and we'll go here, and it should be nothing right now. It shouldn't show up, correct? And then I have to fix my rendering. So I'll talk some more while I fix the rendering. UI helper. Can you make components in a separate file without a framework? Lightspeed, can you rephrase that question? I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that. Make components in separate files without a framework. If you're talking about front end, yes, you can. I've done it here. Here's an example. If this is what you're talking about. No, not this one. Well, actually, yes, this one. So I have a web component, and it's UI dockyard, and so I use this HTML inside of my where's index here? UI dockyard. That's a web component. So it's its own component. Then it has an object that goes with it, so that if I want to use, or sorry, a series of functions, top level functions. So if I want to use functions without the web component, maybe I want to use a different component. I can just plug and play the component with the functions, and I mostly guarantee that the functions will operate the same way no matter what it's attached to. So if that's what you're talking about, then yeah, you can. The easiest way to ensure that it is to not work on the documentary in isolation, do frequent peer reviews with people you respect, hear their counter arguments. Oh, I will. Dandy, yeah. Same as you would play test a game before releasing it. Yeah. Trying to make it perfect on your own is guaranteed to make it suck. I agree. Yeah, I'm going to annoy some people. Triple Eight Noctis, Triple Eight. First time chatter. How you doing, man? Is that Linux? It is not Linux. It is Windows with subsystem Linux, Ubuntu. I was previously legally obligated to run Windows due to work, and running with subsystem Linux was great. Ubuntu is starting to go the way of Rust. I despise Rust, so I am looking for a change. So there might be an arc incoming. Windows is basically Linux without the Linux part, yeah. Okay, so is that about programming? What do you mean is that about programming? Is what about programming? The Arc? That's a Linux operating system. Arch, ARCH. Hopefully that makes sense. Oh, this channel? Yeah, it's all about programming. Yes. It's nothing but programming. And no, I'm not kidding. I'm being serious. That's all we do around here. We program and I rant about the state of the tech industry, the state of programming, because it sucks. Hey, Sinbleed. I truly think nothing can beat C++ or even raw C for game dev. All other JS and Rust and Python have wrappers written over core C++ frameworks of game dev. Same way Unity selected C# overlay over C++ just because of Microsoft. Yes, I agree. I agree, Sinbleed. I agree. I don't even have anything to say. I just agree. It's 98% rants, 2% programming. That's right. I'm learning HTML and other languages since 6 months. Good. Noctis. Good. Let me tell you, you're going to hear, I don't know how early you jumped in on. Maybe you just jumped in, but I just got finished telling everybody who's willing to listen to me on stream that you're going to get told, especially as someone new, you're going to have tech streamers and influencers and colleagues and senior engineers and managers tell you that you need to use frameworks. You have to use libraries and frameworks. You have to npm install stuff, big modules, etc., etc. Large systems to do front-end web development, because Noctis, you're too stupid to do it without any of these things. And I'm here to tell you that you're not, because I am a high school dropout who's self-taught. I had to go get out of high school to get away from a bad home life. And I am building a video game on the browser using C and WebAssembly. So C compiles to WebAssembly. WebAssembly runs in the browser as a block of memory. The entire game is rendered on nothing but div elements. You can see it all here. It's not a joke. It's straight up div elements. There's no canvas. There's no web GPU. There's no WebGL. I'm using the Canary version of Chrome. You can see that's why there's a yellow icon. Oh, maybe you can't see the yellow icon, but this is the Canary version of Chrome because I have disabled GPU hardware acceleration. So it's all CPU operated and it's all vanilla JavaScript and vanilla CSS. And you can see it all here. Everything is vanilla. And we have all the mechanics sorted out for the game. We have all the rendering and animation sorted out for the game. It's pretty darn fast. And just to blow your mind, we have CSS 3D. That's right. This is 3D in nothing but vanilla CSS. That's it. So I just want to make sure you understand that we need people to not accept the messaging that newcomers like yourself, Noctis, are too stupid to handle these things. You're not. I plan to take a 9-month course of full stack development. Good. Hopefully you learn a lot. Best programmers I've seen were AAS students who were self-taught, code circles around application department heads at some ad agencies I've worked at. AAS Community College. Got it. Yeah, Battle. Yeah. I know a lot of self-taught programmers who will run circles around most others. Yeah. That's just plain cool. Ha ha, dandy. Ha ha. I have a master's degree in marketing. Nice. Then you kind of have a head start because I have no degree in marketing at all. I do not know how to market myself. Period. And that's a huge downside for me because if more people had an awareness of marketing, as programmers, there are probably more successful programmers that would exist. So you have a head start. So that's great. Wrote an ebook and building 2 video games. Nice. That's the way to do it, Noctis. So in here, I need to do, there's a cached LAM. Cached layer atlas map. Just a sec, folks. Let me just have a look at this. That's the layer. The cached layer atlas map is here. What I could do is just for layer 1. And so this is layer 1. I would have to copy this, and then I'd have to go, okay, let's give this a shot. So if I were to do, okay, hang on, I just had to get my keyboard properly situated. All right, so if I do layer 1, check on layer 1, and then I would go like, and so this is kind of like a branch. Oh geez. Global, what did I call it? Global, yeah, okay, global layer atlas map. And it would be just value. And then I would do literally just, I guess, copy this here, like that. Alice image, yada yada, like that. Is there anything else I need to do? Yes. And then at the end, I take the HTML and I pump in the style. I think that's all I need. Let's see if this works. There it is. Sweet. Every app I think of hits the wall at marketing. Yeah. If you want to develop digital marketing knowledge, my ebook is on the profile to read. Okay. Thanks, Noctis. I might check it out because that's definitely a weak spot. I'm a commercial artist that fell into software dev because I have the attention span of a reasonably disciplined squirrel. Yeah, but you know, at least it's reasonably disciplined. At least you have that going for you, right? Right? It's better than nothing. I think I got my coordinates wrong. I wanted to do them side by side. But I'm realizing now that this is X and Y. So it should actually be 17 and 18, which I think I knew all along, but I talked myself into being stupid. Let's try this one more time. The bar these days is attention span of an earthworm, TikTok brain rot. Yeah, there we go. Hey, that's starting to look a little bit like a house now. So I can pull in a few more tiles and we can just kind of fake this out a little more and see how far we get. Let me just zoom in and go. Well, let me zoom in here. Maybe I'll pull in the door and one of the bottom pieces here. I tried to apply for Blizzard, Nintendo, PlayStation. Blizzard has 300,000 jobs. Yeah. Yeah, I know Blizzard has a lot. Good luck wherever you're applying for. I hope you land whatever you're aiming to land. But just please don't let people talk you into thinking that you cannot do the things that you need to do without having to depend on someone quote unquote smarter than you having done it for you in the first place. It's simply not true. A vast majority of the time, it's not true. So I want 4319 and 4320. I think those are the two that I want. Bullies. Yeah. Yeah. Bullies. That's right. So we'll go, let's say we do 17.7, and I'm going to go 133 for now. And then layer set value, layer ID. It's going to be 18.7, 134. And then I go over here and 133, and I'm going to go Atlas chords, and it's going to be house, middle, no, house, I don't know, center, temp. And we're going to do the same thing here. It's going to be 134, and we're going to like this, and blah, 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 blah. House bottom, temp, I guess. We'll just do whatever. Is there a way to watch more than one? Yeah, there is a way to watch more than one. You absolutely can. If you have that kind of attention span, you absolutely can. House, I don't know, I think middle temp is what, yeah. 4319, 4319. And then 4320. All right, let's see what happens there. We'll go like this. Barely one, including this one. Thanks, Battle. I appreciate it. You know, the support is fantastic. That did not work. Why did it not work? 4319, 4320. Did I not compile maybe? 132, 133, and 134. I probably didn't compile. There we go. Okay, so I kind of screwed it up a little bit. We'll fix it. You know, Sparrow, this seems like exactly the kind of task AI could do for you in 3 seconds. AI is smart. Yeah, it's true. You're 100% right. AI could do this for me in 3 seconds. I would learn nothing from it. Like nothing. But you're right. You're totally right. What's house bottom temp? 4320? Do I have that right? I sure do. Let me try that. You would definitely learn things, like how awful AI is even at seemingly simple tasks. Yeah, I know. Tell me about it. Okay, so I screwed up something in the rendering. There should be, unless it's an overlap, that might be the issue. But okay, I'll figure it out. And then if I wanted to do the background, I would just do kind of like a background temp kind of a thing here. Like 2938, let's say. And we'll make that 135. We'll just start poking around with background temp. And then I guess I have to actually put one in there. Put it in. Well, I guess we can put it in the layer 1 for now. It doesn't have to be like properly layered. Layer ID. Where would I put it? I don't know, 19.8? Let's see. Spaghetti is. Okay. I can see. Okay, yeah. I can see how this is going to start looking good. I can totally see how this is going to start looking good. I could even do something like from 19.8 to like 15.8. Yeah, why don't I do that? I'll do that real quick, and then I've got a question. Okay, so no, 16, 17, 18. So my question is, can anybody think of right, it can't be layered. That's okay, I'll fix it. Can anybody think of um websites in the 90s or the early 2000s that they remember going to that were like fun? I don't know, like websites that had character, like they were fun, they had character. Um, I think if I pull up something like old 90s websites, all right, and I look at some of the images, like this, yeah. So eBay, eBay back in the 90s. This is what eBay looked like. There's something else that's right. I remember now why I brought this up. Discord versus forums. How about that? Okay, so if you can remember the old forums that people had up and running, and like the guest books, and the kind of information that you could go find. And you can't really do that with Discord. It's like it's a different like medium of information. So it kind of like what would you say? It kind of enforces a different way of communicating information that's not the same as like going to a forum, right? Apples to oranges. Discord replaces AOL Messenger, not forums. Discord sucks at being a center for discussion. So does Reddit. Okay, hear me out. I think you're right. There is a difference between like asynchronous discussion versus like forum based discussion. But I do not how would I say it? Like would it be fair to say, I actually don't have a strong opinion on this. That's kind of why I'm asking. Would it be fair to say that social media kind of took the place of forums? And then the extension of social media is things like Discord, which is like forums but like enhanced. And I think we've lost the way of forums like this, like directories and stuff. And like try going back through Discord. I wonder if I could demonstrate something. No, I can't show this, unfortunately. I can't show it's on my Discord. Um, can I just show a channel? I can't even focus on a channel. Anyways, if you try and go back to find information on Discord about like long-standing like threads or older chat channels or whatever, Discord kind of tries to fill like both aspects of like forum information, long-standing information, but created in asynchronous format. Um, I there's something that got lost. right? There's something that got lost with information. And there's a sense of community that got lost with information, even as opposed to, say, like um messaging apps back in these days, like ICQ and yeah, AOL Messenger, things like that. There's just something that got lost. Yeah, culture might be a good word. I'm not sure exactly how to describe it. Stuff like this, it's lost. You don't get this anymore. Instead, what you get is like an inundation of data and information and a bunch of people just saying whatever. And there's no historical like structure to go back and find things anymore. And there's no character. Like, fine, this design, like, you know, it's not great, but there's character to this. You kind of knew what you were getting yourself into looking at this. And you would think that these kinds of designs would actually be like, this is the way that I thought about it. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody can help me like kind of articulate this better than I am. But there's a concept that I had in my brain when websites like this existed. And the concept was, as web progresses, as hardware gets better, excuse me, these designs were only going to get better. And websites like this were going to have more character. They were going to have more like grit. Like, you could tell something about the person or the company that created a website with a design like this. Whereas nowadays, I love showing this. It's flat. I have no idea what's a button and what isn't. I don't really know what anything does here. There's no character to this. I just want you to look at this, and I want you to look at this. And I also want you to look at this. I just want you to look at that. I just love showing this. I just want you to look at this. There's no character to this website. And it's dog shit anyways. If somebody should be fired for allowing this to happen. This should never happen. I could just keep doing this all day. Just all day I could keep doing it. But you can see the difference though, right? Let me try and find another one. Even the UI from older like operating systems, but that one's a bit of a tougher thing to talk about because I think there were more limitations. I don't know, it's more difficult to come up with a defense of older UI in terms of operating systems because it comes smuggled in with the limitations of the operating system. But websites, though, I don't think suffer from that fate entirely or as much as operating systems. Like, look at this. Yeah, like this. Like, there was something about this that you could tell something about someone by the nature of the site that they created back then. You can't really, like, when everything looks the same and functions in ridiculous ways, you can't tell. Like, there's no character. Like, what the hell is React for? I don't know. From this, there's nothing to it. It's so plain and bland. But this is like pinnacle UX these days. Something got lost. And what should have happened, ask Jeeves. This was great. Say what you will. Like, I don't actually think Ask Jeeves ever was a very good search engine based on my personal experience with it solely. But there was a character to it. When you use the word Ask Jeeves, there was something about it that was like, I don't know. There was something anchored to that. When you pick any website, I mean, look at like Zillow. Okay, here's Zillow. And then here's let's say what's that other one where you can like rent homes and stuff, like you can rent places for a night or whatever. Crap, what's the name of that website? Crap, guys, help me out. Chat, help me out. There's a website you can rent like cabins, or you can just like rent a home, or Airbnb. Thank you, Airbnb. Thank you, Dandy. Look, it's the same. It's all the same. It's all flat. You don't know what a button is. What else? Let's pick maybe an e-commerce site. How about Shopify? What does Shopify look like? It's flat. It's just flat and squares. There's just no character here. There's just no character. And then you look at this. And then you look at this. And you could just see that, you know, what was going on with somebody's website. You got a sense of who that person was. Websites suck. Yeah. Has Jeeves ever truly known the love of a good woman? We live in the same world. I know we do. I know. I think this is something I kind of want to bring out in the documentary. I want to compare how things were versus how things are now. It's all made for smartphone zombies, not for you. But even then, no, Ghost. And by the way, Ghost, hey, how are you doing? I forgot to say hi to you. Even then, what is it? The oh man, it's the Lighthouse scores for mobile versus desktop. I can't, it's page speed insights maybe. I can't remember. I went over it on a previous I think it's actually up on my YouTube already. But you can see the performance scores of websites on mobile are dramatically worse than desktop. So for all the people who are like, "Oh, desktop first. Make desktop the primary target." And they don't. Mobile sucks for web. It just sucks. They're all getting their designs from the same Tailwind CSS template libraries. That's right. What do you think about my long message? Oh, I missed that, Dandy. There's also a huge benefit to having something that is fully explorable. Okay. It's impossible to see everything on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, but with these old websites or forums, it was quite often possible to read every post or visit every page on the website. Example, I recently read the entire World of Notch blog, every single post, and it was fun, and when I was done, I was done. Okay, yes. Yes. So Dandy, okay, that's a great comment. I'm going to copy that over and put it into the not the code. Let me put that in here. What do you think about this idea? Sorry, Laughing Panda. I'm going to change the zoom size again. I know you hate it. What do you think about the idea of one sec, let me get the right wording out. I think this would fall under hang on, Dandy. Hang on. It's at the tip of my tongue. Attention economy. Right? Isn't that kind of what it is? Where like something like Facebook and Twitter and whatever are entirely based on attention economy, which is a never-ending stream of something that keeps you sucked in. Whereas, to your point, older sites like these ones had a start, a middle, and an end, and it was really really obvious what it was, and you could go through it and you could just read the whole thing, exactly what you're saying, like 100% what you're saying. But then things like this came out, like the I can't remember what the heck this website is called. Pinterest and Facebook's never-ending scroll, which is kind of like one of the precursors to why React was created in the first place. And it was just like, we need a never-ending stream of consciousness, right, in order to continue grabbing your attention. But things like this, like 12 old websites still in existence today. Symbolics.com. Except they haven't really done anything, so meh. itcorp.com. Oh, see, this is so annoying. Do you guys see this? Like, what the hell? What is this? This is terrible. Who thinks this is good user experience? This is terrible user experience. Vortex. Texas Internet Consulting. Toad Hall. Let's just have a look at some of these. And milk.com, acme.com. Space. Oh, it's still up. Hang on. No, that's not going to work. Well, we'll let that. Oh, Space Jam. Yeah, it's not going to work. Too many redirects. Damn, it's busted. Acme Laboratories. It's still up. On the net since 1991. Look at this. The old like animation here. Really simple. Let's see here. Mini HTTPD. And there it is. That's it. That's as simple as it gets. Web API demonstrations, HTML5 canvas, playground. Yeah. Tube. Asteroids. Quicks, .war, Hodge, DLA. Flock clock. Emoji fall. Don't know what the heck that is. There you go. Toilets. Nice. So yeah, I mean, this old website, it loads up instantly. It's instant. And for the amount of information that they have here, I mean, you wouldn't say that it's a lot of information, but they could most certainly just fill this up to the brim with all kinds of information and it would run just fine. Kane, Farber, and Gordon making compilers, I guess. Yeah, here we go. Systems and Software Professionals, founded in 1970. Toad Hall. Look, like, it doesn't get simpler. John Gilmore. Oh boy, we've entered a world. But okay, but still, look, just ignore for a moment the whatever's on screen. All right, just ignore for a moment whatever's on screen, like the contents of the screen. Whether you like it, who cares what is being said here? There is a character here. and you get the character. TIC, vortex.com, IT Corp. It's just plain old. John Blow's website, Happy Cake Development. Yeah. Yeah. It's so simple. It's just so simple. Now, granted, I think you can make a count. Okay, so let me be fair against myself. You can make a counter argument here, something along the lines of, well, these things also look the same. And it's not easy to determine character based on like how close these websites resemble each other, because if you look at something like this and you look at something like, I don't know, this, it's like, well, where's the character here, right? It's a background with some text. It's really plain and boring. Okay, fair enough. Sean Barrett's nothings.org. Yeah. But here's the thing. The character is not always in the design. I would have to find a good way to articulate it. Like this and Airbnb and all of that. There's no real character in these designs, because if you look at design versus content, it's pretty lackluster. I'm not even really sure what I'm looking at unless I sit down and read the content. And a lot of these things are kind of like hidden away deep inside. If I pop something open like this, or even like this, yeah, the design sucks. And you could even say that there's like not a lot of like ingenuity in the design, but the content to me stands out as like really clear. Like even this, I know more about what I'm looking at quite quickly. Same with this. This one, not so much. This one, not so much. This one obviously has nothing. These have lots. And if you look at the, like this, I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious what this is about. It's about Space Jam, the movie. And I've got all these different little icons. And I remember having to build little websites like this where you had to like slice up an image and lay them out correctly and do like the image mapping. Do you guys remember this when you had like the image HTML tag and you had to write XY coordinates that were clickable? So you had to literally create boxes over your image tag, and you would tag that as a clickable area of the image tag, and then you'd have to map it to a link and it would tell you where to go. I remember doing this. But this has a lot more character. Even this has a lot more character than this. Tozy Tech. What's this? Yeah, like this. Like this. This is great. Yeah, look at this. Sure, the design, but you kind of get a sense what this person's about, right? It's pretty obvious. Look at this. Even complaining about websites from back then, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. I remember this. You guys remember this? Browser history retro. Yeah, like, oh yeah. This is great. Like, it's quite clear. I haven't read all of this, but I can already tell what this person's about. Did you see the website I built for my friend? I posted earlier. I've been programming this page for over 10 years just so he could say he has a website. Yeah. I mean, this, I'm not gonna lie, this has way more character than this. That was brutal. Mapping those images was like penance. Netscape is king. Your visitor 024818. Yeah, but those are fun, right? I mean, I'm going on 10 megabytes right now, and this is still going, and this sucks compared to this. This loads right away. You don't need to have a fancy framework. All you need to do is know some your plain JavaScript elements and some basic CSS. And you get across a sense of somebody is trying to tell you something here that you do not get from this. You don't get it from this. Like, we lost something, boys. We lost something. And it's sad because we essentially just corporated the entire web industry into these generic interchangeable widget designs. We could have had this, but like nicer. And I don't know. It's become, we've lost it. There's a funny Easter egg in the HTML. Alert, hacked by Chinese. Blink tag. There was a time people had to program their own blinking tag in DHTML. Yeah. Yeah. Old HTML blink tag. Is it still active? I guess it is. Hello Geeks, let's blink. Oh, so it's not supported. No way. It's deprecated, so they have to write some JavaScript with a set interval. You've got to be kidding me. What about the marquee? Old marquee tag, HTML tag. The marquee element, let's just see. Okay, so they've actually enhanced it. They've enhanced it. They've got a background color. They have a direction. There's a loop now. You can listen to start and stop. There's bounce, debounce. There's spacing. Okay, so they've like, yeah, look at that. Look at that. Yeah. And guess what? It doesn't even update the DOM. Take that, React. Yeah. Yeah. Let alone make network requests. Let's make sure. I don't trust anything anymore. I've been burned one too many times. Yep. We're good. We're good. We're safe. We're safe. So I think this. I'll leave the links up because I'll try and pick a few and include them in the documentary. But I would like to draw the attention to older websites which had character versus newer websites which are all like interchangeable. And you could talk about like flat cookie pop-ups, ads, a zillion network requests, etc. Right? These are all like, yeah, generic. They're all like the same thing. It'd be funny to design an interview question such that Marquee solves it perfectly. See how overcomplicated JS devs would make their solution. That's not bad, Dandy. Do that for Marquee and do it for Blink. Yeah, generic. Yeah. Yeah, so I just think that it would be good to like kind of talk about that difference and what happened, like what we had back then versus what we have today. And the concept would be something along the lines of we could have taken those things, even though, a website like this, like, well, you know what, to be fair, this actually still bangs today. I'm not going to lie. This still bangs today. Like if I opened up a website and it looked like this, I'd be like, what the hell is this website? I want to click on all of these. Like I'd be drawn to this website today. This is almost timeless design. Is it like the best design that you could get today? No, you could probably do some fancier stuff. But that kind of goes to the point, right? Which is this is what we had. There was like character to it. And we could modernize it a bit, like do a little bit of a touch up with some of the modern tools that we have. But instead we went this route and this route. And I think it ruined it instead of made it better. And then what happened? Okay, so actually, before I compile this, then if we look at Spotify desktop, then it creeped in to desktop. No, not this. Not this. I want this. Because, for example, Spotify is exactly the same thing on your desktop. This should be a desktop app. Kind of like Winamp software, right? Kind of like Winamp was, because it really whips the llama's ass. This was great for UI, and it ran on the desktop. This is just this and this running on another browser with the same UI. There's no character to this. There's character to this. If you see this UI, you cannot mistake this for anything but what it is. You cannot mistake it for another piece of software. You cannot mistake it for another website. You cannot mistake it for anything else but what it is. This is Winamp. But you can look at something like this, or sorry, like this and like this, and like this, and it could be anything. Here, let me do a quick compile here, and then, okay, so there's this. There's this. I am missing the, whatever this portion is. Let me just have a quick peek here. It's 4319. Did I bork up the XY coordinates? Let me just have a look. 4319, house middle temp. Oh, I see. I overwrote it. House center temp. That's what I want. Let's do that. And then this and see what comes out. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is going to come together nicely. Logos. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. It's all flattened. It's all interchangeable widgets. So this concept of interchangeable widgets has infiltrated it's infiltrated more than just the tech landscape, but it has definitely infiltrated the tech landscape. So what you could say is Tailwind CSS, like if you go to, well, let me pull up the other link Dandy sent. Like this. Yeah. This is perfect. Yeah. Which of the two, which do you prefer? Do you prefer the left side or do you prefer the right side? The new ones don't even say the words. Yeah. Terrible brand awareness. Left, obviously. Yeah. Yeah, here's the Winamp. The Winamp Skin Museum. Yeah. Look at this. Let me open the image in a new tab then. Yeah. Oh, I remember some of these. These were great. Oh, The Legend of Zelda. I remember this. This was fantastic. Look at this. The character. Like there's a character. If you have someone who has this skin for their Winamp, you knew what kind of person they were, okay? If you had someone who had this skin for their Winamp, you knew what kind of person they were, okay? If you had someone who had, let's say, like this skin, like the light gray green, you knew what kind of person they were. Yeah. If you had someone who had a Jennifer Love Hewitt Winamp skin, you knew what kind of person they were. Like, where did this go? What happened? No. Instead, we get flat. We get where did it go? We get flat. Flat. We get flat. Everything's an interchangeable widget, including herpaderpaderp. Herpaderpaderpaderpa. I don't know CSS. So I'm gonna use Tailwind. Flat. It's literally all flat. The only thing that makes a difference here is the color scheme. That's it. There is no character. I want you to look at this. 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 Where the hell did all the good designers go? Well, they disappeared the way of good programming. That's really what it came down to. Because good designs like this required actual effort. And programmers went, I don't want to put in the effort for this. Let's make our coding an interchangeable widget library or framework so that everybody can create the same cookie cutter template every single time. And designers loved it and programmers loved it. And so we end up with this crap. This is the kind of crap we end up with. As opposed to this, I would even take, where is it? I would even take this over this. This is better than this because there's a character behind it. You're looking at something that someone's like telling you something about themselves. But for some reason, we decided that instead of making uniqueness, character, the primary thing about what something is, the logos, the designs, coding paradigms, programming languages, architecture, design, everything like this, we've instead infiltrated with interchangeable widgets for everything. This and this and this. And by the way, I'm going over 10 megabytes now because I could just do this all day. I'm now at 11 megabytes of I'm just hovering over a damn link and it's just continuously downloading data. That's it. All I'm doing is this. Here we go. This is the shit we opted for because we thought this was terrible and this was terrible. And for some reason, this was terrible. Or sorry, this. And it's slow, like in the 90s. Yeah. We should make a 90s Tailwind template, sell it for millions. Yes. I do not see why we can't have our cake and eat it too. Instead, we have this. And somehow, everybody thinks this is better. And the paradigm of these idiotic ideas get these documentaries like somebody paved the way for like sliced bread, and they infiltrate other areas that they should never have touched in the first place. Yes, so 90s, okay. The second to last enlightened programming stream I did, I went over a study. I believe it was an actual academic study that went over the file size and hardware operational requirements of, I want to say, Doom from 90s hardware compared to what websites do today. Doom does more in a significantly smaller amount of hardware and memory than most websites do today in modern retrospect. A video game that requires sub-millisecond immediate mode UI, I believe, rendering does more than most websites do today, and most websites take vastly more hardware and memory. And if you want to think about like the things you download in order to even initiate them, you could consider like the initial load or install size. Websites cannot compete with Doom in the 90s on 90s hardware. I played my Game Boy Advance the other day for the first time in like 10 years. I flicked the power switch and the game instantly turned on. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. We had this. We had it. It was right there. It was right there. This was so cool. You had, and remember the visualizations? Is it just me? I don't think anybody has the visualizations for like as you're playing Winamp, you're playing music on Winamp. There were these really cool visualizations you could do. Actually, why don't I just freaking look it up? Winamp music visualizations. Yeah. Winamp visualization. Let's have a look. Yeah, like this. Yes. Do you guys remember this? Do you remember these? And it literally played along with like whatever was going on with the music. Where the hell did this go? Where the hell did these go? Where did it go? What's up, Capitan? Good to see you, man. By the way, Noctis and Rabin on Twitch, I didn't notice that you guys dropped me a follow on Twitch about an hour ago. I really appreciate the follows. Traded in for Spotify ads. Yeah. Where did this go? Where did this go? Do you remember this? Where did it go? Where did it go? We're talking about 90s hardware and software being able to run visualizations for music that you're playing. I have not seen anything since that has had visualizations like this. I remember these. These were fun. It was a blast to have these up. You just had it up in a little corner of your window, and it was good times. You could just play your music, and it was fun to watch. Where the hell did these things go? Nowhere. Yeah, Milk Drop. That's exactly right, Capitan. Yeah, it runs on Pentium 4 without graphics cards. That's right. We lost it. Why? For this. We lost it for this, boys. By the way, this is starting to lag. I'm not even kidding you. You can see. Do you see that? Do you guys see the lag? When I hover over and then I take my mouse away, it might be hard to see. I don't know if the frame rate's coming through correctly over stream, but it's starting to lag. I should not be able to sit on any website, especially one that claims itself to be the pinnacle of front-end development, that has a documentary that contains its usage and has I'm getting to almost 20 megabytes of download. I could just sit here and do this all night, and it is beginning to lag. We are in 2025 on operating systems that are vastly superior to anything we could have dreamed of in the 90s. And this is how this shit runs. And you are being told that you cannot build a website without this. That's what you're being told. You need this, and you need this. Well, at least this doesn't do it. But this is what you need. You need this thing, and you need this thing. Oh yeah, it's lagging real bad. The introduction of Vara was the harbinger of the end of memory disciplined approach to programming. Yeah. Yeah. Look, even this link is doing it. Look at this. All of them do it. But we lost it. This was apparently not good enough. The logos were not good enough. There was not enough character in the logo, so we had to flatten it all. Everything had to be flattened, right? We had this. We got here. And this is exactly what happened with libraries and frameworks on the front end. This is exactly what's happening with languages like Rust, because it's the same principle. It's just wrapped up in something different, which is you cannot achieve the things that you want to achieve without some interchangeable widget. So just use the interchangeable widget. You need guardrails, you need safety, you need protection. If you go off into the weeds, you won't make it. You can't cut it. And there are plenty of smart people who have created these things. Just use these things. And it's infected the entire industry, all of it, every single aspect of it. And AI is just a speed run of it. AI works better with React than any other library or framework. I don't think I'll be able to find the study, but there was a study that went over the top languages, libraries, and frameworks that AI is capable of answering questions for. React was basically at the top. It's just a speed run for trash. That's all it is. It's just speed run this. I just want you to consider what you're building the next time. Look at the lag the next time that you ask AI to build your React website. It's this. Okay, so now I have a different problem. On the game, I have the next problem I have to solve is that I need to downscale everything to 32 pixels. I'm using 64 by 64 right now because I thought that was going to get me nicer looking stuff. It turns out it doesn't really make a difference. Not really. Ultimately, it really doesn't. Most things are built 32 by 32 and they work just fine. So Laughing Panda has created 32 by 32 pixels. I need to scale the entire thing down. That's going to be annoying because I need to go through my code base and essentially find all the places that I have set up as, like in my constants.js, which is the front end stuff. I've done 32 pixels, and I should kind of do this. 64, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to have to figure this out. I suppose the other thing I need to do is tackle... I'm slicing up the image, the Atlas image. I'm dividing it by 2 because I'm assuming 64 by 64. And then I scale it down, so I divide the size by 2. So I'm going to have to figure this out. I'm going to see if I can do a quick fix while I keep talking. Anyway, okay, so that's kind of the, that's one aspect that I should bring up with the with front end design, like the things that we've lost. Why is it even downloading every time? The React site? Oh, so essentially what it's trying to do, if you look at, when you hover over a link, it's trying to prefetch the link. So if you have a look at the JSON file that it downloads, essentially it's downloading some extra metadata, including content. This whole, all like the, essentially the elements, the content elements, so that it makes it a little bit faster when I go click on this link. It's supposed to load faster, so it prefetches it. I was gone for a few hours. Looks like I'm late for the React. Hey, Fabio on LinkedIn. How's it going, man? Which shouldn't be a problem if that page is already fast enough. Right. That's exactly right. So look, again, I'm going to say it again. You have websites like this in the 90s. You have websites like this in the 90s. These loaded, especially with today's hardware and internet, these would load instantly. They would load right away. You could have much better designs. You could have more updated designs today, 100%. But these had character and they loaded instantly. Instead, what we got is this crap. It actually didn't even save me from like offloading all the resources that I previously downloaded. So I can just continue doing this. And I got a far less character-based, like, I don't understand, like, there's no character here. It's just flat design. This is just flat design. This is just flat design. Where did all the character go? Where did all the grit go? Where did this go? The flat logos. Where did the character and the logos go? It's all gone. Where did this go? It's all gone. So you have stuff that runs slower. It doesn't look as good. You feel stupid when you're not using something like React or Vue or Svelte or Vite, whatever the frick ever. When your favorite streamer tells you to do something and you don't do it, you feel dumb for it because that's the implication there. You do this thing, otherwise you're an idiot. Why would you do anything else when somebody much smarter than you has figured it out? But you get this. And we have better hardware, we have better internet, and we have better capabilities in our software production. But this is what we come up with. And the ideas that have led to this idiocy have replicated to the same low mental model that people hold in other aspects of tech now, beyond just web. That's why you have where'd it go? Yeah, here. That's why you have this, which is Spotify, which should be something similar to this Winamp on the desktop. But instead what you have is a packaged browser with this design and this idiocy, this moronic set of applications. Just in Spotify as another, everything is Discord, Electron based, Microsoft Teams, Electron based, Visual Studio Code, Electron based. It's just a browser with flat design. That's all it is. Everything has become interchangeable. There's no character anymore. It's all gone. And at what cost? At the cost of your programming is also the same way. You've lost any character in your programming. The people who had to code in the 90s with limitations had to be far more creative with those limitations than we ever have to consider being today. And they came up with this. This is the kind of stuff they built. This. And we couldn't beat this. The only way to beat it is to make things slower and generic. That's our win. And what front-end web developers circle jerk themselves. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, back to my browser-based video game. I have no idea what's going to happen here. Holy crap, that kind of worked. I'm going to have to... I'm going to need to go through and find everything that says like 32 pixels. No, that's correct. Okay, I have to think about this for a second. Tori is a Rust-based abomination. I have... Rust. Rust is a different breed of this problem. It's in a different form. What happens with Rust is it takes the idea of you're too stupid. Smarter people have done it for you. It takes this idea to the extreme. That's what Rust is. And then unfortunately what you get is a toxic Rust zealot cult evangelists who ruin anything good about Rust, because there are definitely some good aspects of Rust. Tori is everything bad about Electron, but in Rust. That's essentially what it is, Battle, yeah. And you have the exact same problem with functional programmers who feel like their purely academic view on programming is the only view of programming that should be implemented. It's the exact same thing. You're too stupid. Math is hard. Stick to Curry. That's what it is. And so you get the exact same thing. You get toxic, zealot cult evangelists. And I would argue that AI is an abstracted version of all of the above, where people who don't even know how programming works tell you that this is the right way to do programming, or that you should be using to do AI for programming. It's like it's another layer in Dante's hell. Dante's like many levels of hell. It's just another layer of hell. That's all this is. And these people who don't actually know what they're talking about, or who are also toxic, zealot, cult evangelists of AI, are essentially saying the same message. It's just packaged in a different paradigm. But it's all the same. It's all the same. And I wish people would stop listening to it, because we need programmers who are willing to oh, divided by 2, that's my problem. Okay. So I got to go search divided by 2. I have to find everything where I'm dividing by 2, and I guess what I would do, because if we had more programmers who were capable of understanding like the difference between why you would use a particular thing versus not, then I should go JS here. Then at the very least, better value judgments could come out of that. And right now, I don't think there are very few people who can make a proper value judgment of why am I npm installing a thing. I actually want to bring this up here. When was npm created? Beginning of npm around 2009. Really? Is it 2009? No, there's no way. There's no way. History of npm. When the heck? First year of npm. npm for Node was first released on January 12th, 2010. Really? Okay, so I should put this over here. npm released 2010. And could I see the npm package stats year over year? No, I want to see like just general. No, I want like the overview. I want like the whole thing. Maybe it won't show total, like maybe all libraries. I'm not sure what I would search for this. I don't know. I'd have to go. I'm curious to see like the trend in number of published libraries, I suppose, in total year over year for npm. I don't know how I would get that data. Is there somewhere I can get the like year over year data on published npm packages? I don't know if AI is going to help me with this, honestly. Yes, there is. Okay, finish that sentence. Imagine if AI is like just yes. And then that's it. I don't want specific packages. Okay, here we go. Socket.dev. Okay. Where are stack, SNCC, npm trends, free code, annual summaries? Okay, let's just see. Socket.dev. Okay. Socket dev yearly report. You're getting a glimpse into what I have to go through when I have to track down information for my Enlightened programming courses, not courses, but material for academic data or scientific data. I don't actually see. And see here, where the hell did it get? Where on earth did Grok 2023 retro? Let's just see if we can even pull up what Grok found. Or did it hallucinate this? Socket dev 2023 retro. Okay, good. Grok at least got this part right. So vendors published per month. Holy crap. Top 50 packages by dependents. This is 2023. TypeScript, React, ESLint, TypesNode, React DOM, Jest, Prettier. And it kind of tapers off from there. 20 NPM packages by recent, top 20 by recent weekly downloads. Semver supports color? What the hell is that? Let's see this. Oh, Ghost, you're a savior. Okay, this is great. Thank you, Ghost. Okay, so here we go. We have gone from 2012, approximately, so total packages, we'll just look at the blue line, right, which is total packages. That's really all I was trying to get. So the blue line is total packages. We're about, let's say, 15,000 at 2012. Yeah, near the end of 2012, October. And 2014 October, so this is just the span of 2 years. We have almost 10x'd the packages. Now, I want to get more. Like, I'd like to get up to current date, right? That would be ideal. What is NPM supports cloud? I'll get back to trying to track down the data. Let's just see. I'm just curious what this is. You've got to be fucking me straight in the urethra. You're straight urethra fucking me. No lube. You're just raw dogging my urethra. This is 2023's second most downloaded package by weekly. What the hell is the code that runs this? You're fucking kidding me. This is depressing. The dependence, Capitan brings up a good point. 4,000 motherfuck 4,376 dependents. What is MS? What is MS? Let me take a fucking guess. Oh, Vercel. Big fucking surprise. Avocado, what's going on, man? Avocado, you might have to go back to the beginning of the stream. It's been a long thing. Long story short, Avocado. Okay, so if you want to go back to the beginning of the stream, you can. Avocado, here you go. That's my YouTube. Okay, I'm putting it in Twitch chat. You can catch me live over there, and you can go back. You can just scrub your way back to the beginning. All right. Long story short, web is the path of least resistance to the most idiotic paradigms that people can possibly think of. There's little to no barrier to entry. These paradigms get introduced, proliferated, and inseminated into every other aspect of the industry because they get tons of funding, they get tons of attention, they get documentaries made out of them now, apparently, where front-end developers just circle jerk each other and any other dicks they can get a hold of. And then I did the whole stream. I'm literally going to do a documentary on how it ruined it. I have been on my YouTube. I've gone over actual academic and scientific journals and studies that demonstrate that we have been doing nothing, pretty much nothing, but getting into a worse situation since the 80s and 90s. I have a whole structure for my documentary. It's what I've been working on. I've been working on my video game, by the way, which is Vanilla C compiled to WebAssembly, running on the DOM on the browser, GPU acceleration turned off in the Canary version of Chrome, with CSS 3D. Everything is vanilla. This is just DOM elements. There's no acceleration of any kind here. It's just straight up div elements, vanilla JS, vanilla CSS, vanilla HTML. These things are not as hard as you're told they are. We were going over the state of web, how we lost things like this to things like this, just flat design, or let's say the Spotify one, if I could find it, like this, with a browser packaged with front-end shit, or like this, which, by the way, is still going. The top pinnacle of front-end, I can just hover over these links. It's so laggy, and I could just do this all day, every day. This is what you're being told by influencers and streamers that you should be using because you're too stupid to create anything better. So we were just looking at this because I wanted to just see what was going on with NPM packages. And we're looking at like the top, this is 2023, the top 20 NPM packages by recent weekly downloads in 2023. We went over supports color. Supports color is literally just, does it support color? Here's the code for supports color. This is it. It's just supports color. And then we're just going over MS, which is literally just people cannot do basic fucking math. That's it. 9,486 dependents. Number 3 in 2023 for top 20 NPM packages by recent weekly downloads. People can't do basic math. These are the same people who have infiltrated their idiotic ideas into things like, I pick Rust as an example because I think it's a good one, but Python also suffers from this to some degree, where people go, oh, don't do anything without safety and guardrails. Pointers are hard. Memory management is hard. Use Rust because it'll safeguard your memory. Yeah, you'll have to tackle like the what the hell do you call it? The not the garbage collector. There's something else. Frick, I can't remember right now. But like these ideas get perpetuated into literally everything. And it's been nothing but decline for the entire industry. And you see it in shitty video games. You see it in shitty websites. You see it in shitty software. You see it at interchangeable websites that all look the same. React looks the same as Shopify, looks the same as Tailwind. It's all the fucking same. Yeah, Borrow Checker. Thank you, not you. I just noticed that. It's all the same. And then we go and install this shit because we don't know how to do basic math. And then we have NPM install everything under the fucking sun. And then we wonder why we have this. Because you NPM install everything under the fucking sun. And people are too stupid to do basic addition and subtraction. So yeah, you're going to get security vulnerabilities from bullshit libraries. Yes, of course you are. The bar has been lowered more and more. That's right, Mist. Yeah. It just gets lower and lower. Hey, Programming Siri on YouTube. Hello from Melbourne, Australia. Hey, how's it going, man? Like, this is insane. What do you guys think has happened since 2015? We were reasonably stable from 2005 to 2015. What do you think's happened? What do you think? Lordy. Put your brain together and think about what might have happened in 2015. We went over it. That's why I was putting together the structure for my documentary to counter the bullshit documentary about these titans of the front-end industry who all have imposter syndrome because they can't John Carmack their way out of a paper bag. So they have to make believe a scenario where they had to do this like nitty-gritty sliced bread ingenuity of front-end web development. No, front-end web development didn't get better. Front-end web development fucking killed everything. So many fucking people are out of jobs because front-end web developers are too fucking stupid to realize how stupid they're being. So we went over what the hell happened in 2015. We got better internet. We got better hardware. We got far more stupider paradigms like React, like the attention economy, like boot camps, which taught you shit about actually programming. They just taught you frameworks. And here we are today. With this shit. And 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 this shit. People going out of jobs is 100% related to front-end development. Why? Because what ended up happening was as more people flooded the space, it created an unnecessary inflation of the job market. So people sucked in, they got sucked in, and companies sucked in low wage labor to produce a vast amount of shit, of straight urethra fucking raw dog, no lube shit. That's what happened at cheap prices. And they all got VC funding and they all got sweet exits and they all got a bunch of money. And then all these people left, and the companies and the people who worked with all this shit, who didn't know any better because most people didn't know any better, got left holding the bag. And then when everything exploded, people were left without jobs. I think companies did that during COVID because they got free money. That is in part an aspect of it. I think However, the dot-com bubble, which I have some data on the side, I literally have some on this screen, you can't see it, but it's part of my enlightened programming stuff that I'm probably going to structure and go through. The dot-com bubble burst in around like the late 2000s, 2010, something like that. That burst was way worse than anything that happened in COVID, than anything that's happening today. And now that had nothing to do with COVID. That was a very different paradigm. If you look at both of those things and you look at, so like the COVID era where people were far more online and then, you know, jobs ballooned and so on and so forth. You look at the dot-com burst, you even look at like Y2K also had an impact. If you look at all of those things and you look at the economic factors, the job factors, the technology factors, the software factors, etc., there are definitely some principles that underlie all of it. There are common things that keep popping up in each scenario. And one of the common things I think I can make a case for is that people got worse at executing the things they were doing because the barrier to entry kept getting lowered and lowered and lowered so that people who didn't know what they were doing could just do shit easier. And on top of that, this is why I think imposter syndrome has this cyclical thing that keeps coming up, but it especially came up during the 2020s, early 2020s. There was a huge imposter syndrome. You know what imposter syndrome actually was? Cognitive dissonance. People understood that they didn't understand what they were doing, especially as they were coming out of computer science degrees and boot camps, because there was an implied but unspoken saying, which is, you're too stupid to build a website or build a piece of software without using something like NPM or Electron or some other thing that makes your life easy. People much smarter than you have figured it out. You're too stupid. And then you kind of accept that without it being told to you in such a way, right? And then you go and you build something and you're like, let's say you're part of the Spotify team or the Microsoft Teams team or the Visual Studio Code team or whatever, and you've shipped this like crazy thing inside of a browser with something that shouldn't normally run on a desktop. And you're like, am I really, like, what am I really building here? That I don't feel right doing this. Yeah, that's your brain telling you that this isn't right. Because everything else is telling you that you're too stupid to have done it in the first place. These things clash in your brain. All of these things have an impact on the economy, on the amount of shit that gets produced and published, and on job openings and closings. Things go up and down because you produce shit and then people pull back from it as they realize it's shit. Jobs go away. Quality gets a little better. It's a cyclical thing. I blame social Marxism and the resulting epidemic of fatherlessness. That's it. Let's go full on. Let's go full on politics. Let's do it. It's difficult to, hey, programmer boy, what advice would I give new programmers then on YouTube? Do not, I said this before. I will say it again 100 times, as many times as it takes. This is the message I'm trying to get out there. If you are a programmer, whether you've been around the block for a long time or you're brand new, you're coming out of a computer science degree or a boot camp or you're learning or whatever. Fuck, man. Listen, I'll go full camera again. Look, I am a high school dropout. I had to leave home. Home life was not good. I could not finish high school. I know at least 2 other people who had to do the same thing. We are self-taught. We are not particularly intelligent. Like I said before, ask my wife. She will tell you that I am an idiot. I will be the first to tell you that I'm an idiot. I am not particularly smart. I am not any more intelligent than most people out there. I'm like an average person. The differentiator is, if you really like and enjoy these things, then do the aspects that you like and enjoy and learn from that. It's like anybody who hones in on their craft. Do not listen to your favorite tech streamer or influencer or a colleague or whoever your superior might be, or managers or executives or people online, or even me, who may or may not be telling you that you're too stupid without using something that's pre-chewed food for you. I'm literally building a game on screen right now using the most brain dead mechanisms I can come up with. But it sounds difficult at first glance to most people because this isn't how they're taught normally. C to WebAssembly on the browser, pure vanilla CSS 3D, no problem. No GPU acceleration, no hardware acceleration, all on DOM elements. I don't need React. I don't need Vue. I don't need Svelte. I'm not intimidated by CSS. I don't need Tailwind. I don't need any of that shit. I just do it myself. And you can too, and we need you to. This is the thing. We need people like you, whether you're from Melbourne, Australia, or North America or Asia or whatever it is. We need you to step up and push yourself. So do something that's interesting to you. Do something that pulls you in. Stop listening to people who are telling you you're too stupid unless you do the pre-chewed food thing where you use something that supposedly someone smarter than you did. Just because there are streamers with a bunch of money and and big fancy companies with, like Facebook and whatever, and they use this and they're wildly successful, and this company got $60 billion of VC funding. All of that means absolute shit. What matters is what you learn and how you learn it, and whether you understand how to do the basics, the fundamentals, and build off of there, or whether you're just someone who just knows how to do the thing that's already been done for you. That's the difference. Do you know how to build the thing, or do you know how to use the thing? That's the difference. We need people to step up to the plate and just push themselves with a little bit of discipline and a little bit of focus. You have the brain power, because if I do, you most certainly do, to just take something that is meaningful to you and build it without all the extra bullshit. One of the things that I did, for example, if you want a real world example of something that I did, here. So if you want to work on something, okay, and you want it to be exciting to you, and you want to give yourself an opportunity to learn, here's what you do. I took something, instead of doing like FizzBuzz and a notepad or like a note-taking app or a to-do thing or whatever the fuck ever, just stop. Just don't do that. Here's the best advice I can offer if you actually want to learn this shit, if you actually want to be good at what you're doing. This is something that I did. And this, I kid you not, landed me one job and 2 potential additional job prospects after that first job. So I thought to myself, what could I create that would be really fun for me? I would get up in the morning. At the time I was jobless, and I'm like, I could get up in the morning and I could do this alongside with like a job hunt. And I just kind of threw the paradigm of I have to be able to complete it in a certain amount of time, and it has to be perfect, and I have to do it in exactly the right thing that's going to look really, really good for my resume because I use this language or this technology. I said, fuck all that noise. Here's what I'm going to do. One sec. Let me take a sip because I'm talking a lot. Hang on. You can't see it right now because it's blurred, but I have a Meta Quest Pro. I have a VR headset. And I thought to myself, I wonder if I could build a system, because I had a few laptops at the time. If I could build a system where I could pop on my headset, and I know that the headset has a built-in browser, and I could just go to a local area network server that I run locally, open up a website, and enter into a VR world so that I don't have to do any installation of any application on my VR headset at all. Then, what if I could do like that Iron Man hollow table style where it's like the white table, and then you push buttons on the table and then it pops up like 3D elements and then he interacts them? What if I could do that and I could stream multiple desktops in this VR world and control them with the controls, mouse, and on-screen keyboard? So I just fucking went for it. Vanilla everything. Just vanilla everything. FFmpeg, C, a little bit of Node, HTML, a little bit of XR, like WebXR stuff for the virtual world. So this was like my first iteration that I took a video of. So here we go. Let me wait. Hang on. I got to switch cameras. That would help. Here we go. This is what I did. So this is a remote screen. I'm in a virtual world on my headset. Okay. And I have that keyboard. It's not like a standard keyboard. I built the keyboard in HTML. It sends JavaScript signals over to through what was it? It was a WebSocket to a Node server, which then, and same with the trackpad. I built the mouse pad with the left and right click and everything, and you can see it's all working. I've got the notepad running up, and so I've got multiple browser tabs inside of my MetaQuest VR running, and it just remotely sends it to the machine, and then the machine just sends me the desktop screen back. And so I can see exactly what I'm doing. And I'm going to switch over to the left-hand side, which runs a terminal connection, an SSH terminal inside of the VR world, inside of a browser tab. There we go. I'm using it now. Here's the on-screen built-in VR keyboard, which I just used to pass an SSH thing into it. And I could control any machine, whether it was my Raspberry Pi. In the case of the SSH connection, that's why I had the SSH connection, because of headless SSH Raspberry Pi, or the desktop. It didn't matter. And I had to install literally nothing on the VR headset. That's the first one. Then this is the next iteration. Okay. So now I have the hollow table, which is the white table in the center. And I want to click a button and open up a remote screen in virtual world. I've already entered an HTML virtual world using WebXR on my Quest headset. And there we go. So I open this up. That ASDF, those were the keys that I could click on to send ASDF. You can kind of sort of make it out. This video is grainy. I just didn't have the full set of keys. But the red button was a connect. The black button was a disconnect. I had some of the keys there. I have the mouse. I should have taken a video of the next iteration, because the next iteration had multiple screens, and I could even pick which program on which laptop I wanted to see. And so I could see multiple programs in their own windows. I could just switch focus by just pointing my controller at whatever and mouse clicking on it. And it was like, it just like zoomed in on the focus. It just knew the window to focus on, forwarded my mouse commands through, and forwarded any keyboard commands through. I had to install nothing on my Quest VR. The only thing I had to install was a client on all the machines that I wanted to stream out of, and then a server that I just opened up a URL on my VR. Now, what did I learn out of this? I think I have the code on my GitHub somewhere. I think it's public code, because sometimes I show it off during job interviews. But do you think the code is perfect? No. The code it's terrible code. It's really, really bad code. Do you think do you think I got this accomplished in the amount of time that I wanted to? Nope. Definitely not. But holy shit, did I learn a lot. And that was the real key. If you forgo the concept that you have to finish a project and that you have to do it perfectly, and it has to be in a framework or library or language that looks good on your resume, I would say no. If you actually want to get good at what you're doing, do something that's exciting for you, even if it might be a crazy, insane idea. Do it anyways, and just accept the fact that you're not going to complete it. Accept the fact that it's not going to be good quality code, but what you're going to learn from it is way more important than anything else you could get out of it. I learned about TCP versus UDP connectivity. I learned about FFmpeg compression mechanisms and like which video formats are better for streaming desktops versus not. I learned about the difference between sending keyboard commands to a Windows machine versus a Mac machine versus a Linux machine, and there are quite a few gotcha quirks in that. I learned about I just had it in my head, damn it. I learned about the WebXR platform, how you create a virtual reality world in just pure HTML and JavaScript without any fancy frameworks or anything like that. I learned what it means to accept controls from the Quest, so that helped me. It's going to help me when I'm working on the game here and I have to use something outside of the keyboard. I have to use like a gamepad to move the character around like I'm doing right now. All the stuff that I learned for doing the VR controller stuff, it's going to apply here with a gamepad if you want to use like your Xbox controller or whatever. I learned like, how does that input work? There's a constant stream of input. It's not as simple as you just push a button and you receive an event. No. It's like, it's constantly on or off all the time. Like there's a way that this works, right? I learned all of that by doing the project. I didn't even finish it. And the code sucks. But all of that stuff I learned. And why did it get me a job? Because somebody dared to ask me, what is something that you're proud of working on? And I got to show it off. And just the same way that you can see the energy and like the way that I talk about that project right now, that came across in the interview. And I got hired because of that. Because they're like, whoa, that's really cool. You went to do something that was crazy. Fine, the code's not perfect or whatever, but the fact that you even attempted to tackle this shows that you're willing to kind of push yourself. And that's all that I'm asking everybody else to do. You just have to push yourself a little bit. Stop taking the pre-chewed food. You are not stupid, and we need you to stop listening to people who tell you that. The industry needs a change. It needs people to step up and actually attempt to do these things and learn what they're doing. Because one, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. It's fun to work on these things. It really is. If you have an interest in this, your interest will only get better and bigger. And two, we need the skill. We are vastly underskilled, and we have idiotic morons who think that because they can create a complicated front-end tool system to go from CSS all the way right back to CSS, or from JavaScript all the way right back to JavaScript, they just add a bunch of complications in the middle so that they can call themselves John Carmack the next. All of these people are morons. You should have nothing to do with them, and you shouldn't listen to them. They have nothing to offer you. Everything you have is within your own grasp. If I can do it, you can do it. Okay. Hey, where is he on? Not to derail, you make a lot of good points. You better clip this up for YouTube Shorts and TikTok to reach more people. You're right. You're right. I'll download the whole video. I'll break this up because I do think that there's a lot of important stuff in here. And like I said, I'm going to do a documentary that covers this because I think I have what I need to make the case for front-end web development being essentially like the central core of why the tech industry is in ruins. I really do believe this. And seeing the Vite or Vite.js or whatever documentary, I'm just like, I've had enough. I'm sick and tired of morons getting away with calling other people morons because they think they're some kind of like tech industry giants. They're not. Front end is not in some kind of like golden state these days. It's quite the opposite. Jarvis activate freak mode. Trying to master the latest tech stack or framework is like playing whack-a-mole. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully you saw everything programming theory. Yeah. Johnny Mnemonic on Line 3. WebXR. Didn't know about WebXR till now. I think I know what I'm going to do next. It's fun. Not you. It's fun. It's really cool. And you can do a lot with it. Like a lot. Yeah, I think it's an untapped market. I think partially because, well, I think there's probably a few reasons, but there's not a heck of a lot going on with that with WebXR right now. Not in comparison to many other things. I'm starting to think you don't like React. Newsflash. Maybe I should have like a button on my Stream Deck, and I push the button. I mean, I have Mario bashing React right now, so I guess that's that. But I should have a button, and it's like Newsflash: Spiro doesn't like React, and it just like pops up an animation. Yeah. Okay, look, it's been 4 hours. Laughing Panda, I have failed you. But because I wanted to do more of the map, but I'm going to keep working on it tonight and tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow for the daily tech news at some point tomorrow. But I do have to call it a night. It's almost 10 p.m. my time here, so it's getting kind of late. But Laughing Panda, I'm going to make it up to you over the next 24 hours, okay? And I'll keep you posted, because I promised Laughing Panda that I would work a bit more on updating the port here, so that we use a bit more of the new, some of the new assets here and scale this down to 32 pixels. I am actually almost there. I'm really close, so I'll just finish it off stream. I'll just plug away on it tonight and tomorrow, as I'm doing other stuff. I've got a bunch of other stuff I have to do, so I'm going to do that. So I promise Laughing Panda. I don't even know if he's still here, but I'll reach out to him. And I'll just keep working away on the game. So tomorrow, at some point, I'm going to try and find a consistent schedule to come on and do the daily tech news. I've already got 3, I think, or 4 under my belt from this last week. So I'll just keep doing it. It's been quite fun and interesting to just cover like 1 or 2 articles, and make a little mini rant about it or whatever. So I'll keep doing that. So you guys will definitely see me tomorrow. I just don't know when. I feel bad not being able to set a schedule, because I know some of you are like, you look forward to it, or you like kind of like knowing when somebody's going to pop up so you can kind of watch it while you're working or whatever. I do appreciate that a lot. You guys are awesome. It just the way my life is right now, it's difficult to do a proper schedule, and I truly apologize. However, having said that, I'm going to ask something now, which is, for all the people watching now and in the future, the live streams don't get as many views, but the videos that I slice up do. If you like what I'm saying, and you like the stuff that I'm talking about, if you want me to do more of it, I have gone online on X. I've gone on Reddit. A lot of people don't know. I've gone on LinkedIn. A lot of people don't know that either. There's one other place I'm trying to think of that I went on, Hacker News, I believe. And I argue and debate people who have these mindsets that I think are detrimental to the industry. And I try and present these views based on more than just subjective feelings. It worked for me. I had a React worked for my team, so it must be good. Yeah, but my developer experience is good because I use X, Y, or Z. These are all anecdotal, internalized, subjective experiences to make arguments for. I have gone over objective stuff like scientific journals and whatnot, and I think I have enough logical arguments and objective arguments, and I go and try and like make a change, and I do these streams, and I do the daily tech news, and I'm trying to demonstrate that I live by these principles by building the game that I'm building, accepting the work that I'm doing, and trying to make differences in work, and I've had a lot of success doing that. So I'm trying to go out there and do what I'm asking other people to do. If you like it and you want me to keep doing more of it, all I ask is, it's not about the money or, the gifting subs or anything like that. It's more about playing with the algorithm, unfortunately, as much as I hate it. So the likes, the reposts, just having me on and having the viewership numbers. These are all things that help expand my reach. And I'm not afraid to go and tell people like Theo that they're dumb or I disagree with them. I've had lots of arguments on stream too with other people who have come on, and we've had like good arguments, bad arguments about these kinds of ideas. And I will keep doing it as long as you guys support me. But I can't do it without you. I mean, I could to some degree, but it would be very limited, and I don't know how much of an impact it would have. So if you do care about the impact, help me out that way. That's all I really ask. Aside from that, I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing on behalf of everyone. I will martyr myself, and you can all put up a shrine in your rooms to my martyrdom. All right. Thanks for helping me today. Thanks for helping me with the documentary stuff. I got a lot of good feedback. You guys are all awesome. Thanks for all the support. Thanks everybody for being here and hearing me rant. And like I said, go out there and do the stuff yourself. You're not dumb. You got this. And we need you. Kalinichta, Adelphi. Kalinichta, where is Jan? 24/7 Sparrow stream shine, yeah. Okay, that's it. I'm out of here. I will see you guys tomorrow at some point, and I'll be doing the daily tech news every day this week, for a half hour to an hour a day, and I'll keep at it. All right. Peace out, everybody, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, day, night, whatever it is. I really appreciate everybody being here. Have a good night. Thanks again. You guys are awesome. I can't say it enough. You guys are awesome. All right.